Wuhan in China, now on lockdown as the country struggles with fear of the pandemic.
The biggest gathering London has seen in weeks, and one of the most passionate.
Stop and breathe. Let's put all distractions on the side and look at the big picture. You see, if we convert Earth's 4.5 billion years of existence into a 24-hour period, it would result in humanity being here for merely 77 seconds. And in this very short amount of time, we have had a massive impact, both good and bad. In that 77 seconds, we made countless inventions, we discovered countries, we established modern-day society with all of its perks. And at the same time, we destroyed nature and harvested our planet's resources, causing destruction at a horrific speed, animal extinction and people in need, with social inequalities and corporate greed. But we also created technologies which can plant the seeds for a brighter future. The evolution of the planet will only accelerate from here, and awakened souls and conscious companies will lead the way. The time we are in has been waited for since the beginning of human existence. While media stations speak of calamities and possible extinction, we know we are at the precipice of humanity's ascension. Hello Earthstock, hello Harmonizers, welcome to our Harmonizing water stage. I hope you enjoyed that opening video, and I want to just give you a little bit breakdown of what to expect today with our stage and all the magic that's going to be unfolding today as we bring forth all these different amazing individuals who are passionate and driven towards helping protect, heal, and uplift our waters, which is life. We are composed of mainly water, and right now the waters around our planet are mostly not alive, not structured, and not being treated in the right way. So today on this stage, we're wanting to really bring forth some powerful information in regards to healing our waters, respecting our waters, and what we can do to take action to heal the waters of our planet, which is also healing the waters within. And we're going to be also bringing some amazing performers onto the stage. We have a headliner performance tonight with Liquid Bloom, one of my favorite artists, and so many amazing things in store for you. So my name again is Tsunami Diamond. I am the co-founder of Harmonizing Humanity, which you can find us at harmonizinghumanity.org. And also, in a moment, we're going to be having a message from Angie Rainbow G, our co-producer, and she is going to be joining us today also with some of the eco-rainbow goddesses, and they're going to be sharing some of their wisdom, and we're just going to have a fun time. So I hope you enjoy our stage and all that we have in store for you today.
Thank you, Tsunami Diamond. What an honor it is to work with you.
Thank you, Angie Rainbow G, for being here. It's been such a magical adventure being here in Costa Rica with you. Angie Rainbow G.
Magical adventures.
Magical.
Pura vida.
Pura vida, Costa Rica. Angie is known also as the permaculture yogi. She specializes in aerial yoga, Ayurvedic cooking, herbalism, and Thai bodywork. Her mission is to empower women to live in freedom and regenerate the planet. She inspires people to live their best lives and teaches courses on self-love and permaculture. She helps people break free from the confines of restrictive habits to transform pain and trauma into liberation and freedom. She is the founder of Eco Rainbow Goddesses.
Yay! Thank you, Glow, for that exciting introduction. And now it's my turn. I get to introduce Eco Glow, who has been an amazing co-creatrix here at the Eco Rainbow Goddesses organization. She's also a new earth weaver of the worlds and networker. Glow inspires natural living and rewilding in nature. They identify as gender neutral, therefore prefers the pronouns they or them. They are on a mission to protect water and to inspire a plastic-free living revolution to regenerate the planet. They work with conscious entrepreneurs, artists, and organizations through film and media. They enjoy spending most of their time exploring the jungle and researching wildlife.
Thank you, Angie.
Yay!
Good to be here.
It's an honor to co-create with you.
Yay. Do you want to explain a little bit about what the magic that we are creating with Eco Rainbow Goddesses?
Absolutely. It is my utmost honor. The Eco Rainbow Goddesses is a non-for-profit organization empowering women, families, and communities to live their best lives in harmony with nature. We envision a world where all beings are free of suffering, where all people feel happy and in a state of abundance, where they have access to clean water, food, shelter, love, security, prosperity, and regenerative education.
We are weaving the golden thread by connecting the network of light. As we gather diverse community organizations under a mantle of love, uniting kin in collaboration, we harmonize humanity through the creation of conscious media to share inspiring stories of amazing projects around the world with the intention to generate infinite funding with no projects left behind.
No projects left behind.
If you want to support Eco Rainbow Goddesses, please click the link in the bio and donate to our campaign.
We will have a text to donate opportunity with the code Rainbow Earth on the number that you will have available, and also a link where you can donate and a PayPal option as well. Many ways to support our Eco Rainbow Goddesses operation.
We are now opening the stage for all the water protectors and organizations collaborating with EarthTalk. Thank you so much for being here.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for being a part of the Water Protector Tour. Thank you so much for supporting this prayer with your intention, with your presence, with your being. And I am Alyssa. I am a holistic healer and Akashic Record practitioner. And I'm also hosting Women's Retreat. I am the co-creatrix of the 13 Moon Temple Mystery School, which is a feminine mystery school for both women and men. And today I'm going to talk about how we can heal our inner waters. Okay. So when I opened the Akashic Records, which is also known as the Library of the Universe or the Mind of God or the Book of Life, but really what it is, it's an astral plane that we can access to receive information. So that's what I also do with people, like I open their Akashic Records, I have them to access information about their life purpose, their soul, and everything that they want to know about. So I opened the Akashic Records about water, and I wanted to know how we can best protect and heal the water. And what they were sharing with me is that at first, and this will always be the first step, we need to heal and completely cleanse our inner waters. And from this state of being internally cleansed and having our inner waters flowing free through our bodies into our cells, from this state we will be able to attract, better to say reflect, our inner reality into our outer world. And only when we are purified and healed ourselves, we can start to bring healing to the earth. We can start to bring healing into the collective. And this is something that is almost happening automatically. So as we are creating a healthy and balanced ecosystem within ourselves, as we are creating synergy between our feminine and masculine life forces, synergy between our both brains, synergy between all of our organs, internal organs, we will come into the state where we are actually creating the same synergy and coherence in the outside world. And that's why I'm so happy and grateful today to talk about how we can heal our internal waters. And the first thing with that is super, super simple. It's almost so simple you would be like, what? Why is she saying that? But well, it is so simple and you probably know it, but it is so important. So I want to ask you a question. Did you know that most of the sicknesses that we are experiencing today are based and rooted in dehydration? So think about that and take this information in. So ask yourself, how can you personally drink more water? How can you drink 2 liters a day? Do you maybe want to put a bottle next to the place where you work? Do you maybe want to bring a little glass next to your bed so that you can always get enough liquid in? And I'm not talking about any liquid. I'm talking about the clearest, freshest, most pristine and crystalline water that you can possibly get. Why is this important? Well, because water has its own cellular structure, its own molecular structure. And our cells have their own cellular, their own molecular structure as well. So as we nourish our bodies with the most crystalline water, this crystalline structure is infusing our cells, and our cells become crystalline, happy, healthy and whole as well. And the other thing is the light of the sun. As much and often as possible as you can, go into the light of the sun and receive the codes of the sun. Why is this important, you think? Well, as we put water, like you can also do this literally with a bottle of water, when you put a bottle of water into the sun, into the direct sunlight, the water is receiving information from the sun, and our sun is a channel from the light of the great central sun, which is the highest frequency of our galaxy. So this frequency streams into the sun, and the sun is sending this to us, sending this into our waters. So when we put the water into the light of the sun, it is changing. It's a chemical, molecular structure. And as we drink this water, we can heal ourselves. We can heal our internal waters. We can cleanse and purify our systems. So as we are taking in the light of the sun and we are walking in nature, one tip is also when you move in the sun, your body can actually take in more of the light and can process it in a better way. So as we are moving in the sun is coming through our skin and neutralizing our entire system. So water and sunlight are like the main ingredients of life. Guys, we're talking about fire and water. Fire and water and the eternal balance of life. Whenever we bring fire and water within our own system into perfect balance and coherence, that is where we can step really into our highest potential, into the highest version of ourselves. That is where we can start to be on service and bring our gifts into the world, because we are coming from a state of alignment and coherence. Okay, the next thing that is going to be important if we want to heal our internal waters is nutrition. So yeah, it is sad, but most of the nutrition that we get in supermarkets, it's poisoned. And when I say poisoned, I don't say that lightly. I talk about literal poison that is that is harming your cells, that is harming your body, that is making your DNA weak, that is weakening your immune system and all of that stuff. It is so crazy, and so I ask you, if you really want to heal your internal waters, eat good, nourishing foods. Get the highest quality of foods that you can get. Eat raw, fresh, organic fruits that are coming straight from nature. Eat apples, eat fruits, eat vegetables, eat soup, eat just like lentils and beans and beautiful things that are harmonizing your system. Because in that way, you're not only healing your own body, but you're also healing the earth. By stopping this crazy food pollution that is going on right now today. And so saying no to that will make you feel immediately lighter. You will feel immediately more vibrant and more happy in your system and in all of your experience. The same thing is for putting things on our skin. And think about the creams that you use daily. Actually, a lot of creams carry plastic inside, carry toxins inside. We can even speak with our words because the names are so complicated. So whenever you see something like that, just let it away, because everything that we put on our skin, within 3 minutes, it is in our blood. And the blood is one of the most sacred things that we have as a human body. Through the blood, it comes into all of our systems. So better say no to anything that you don't really know what is inside. Okay? And then we have the brain waves and our thoughts. So as you probably know, water, as I already said, has a molecular structure. And our thoughts, our brain waves, send out a structure as well. And the structure of our thoughts is immediately influencing the water. And through that we can destroy water or we can heal water. So I invite you to stay conscious with all of your thoughts that you have in the day. Seeing that every little thought that you have is changing the molecular structure of your cells, of your internal waters. So by sending out the most highest and purest and beautiful thoughts, you are going to be healed internally and you will be able to manifest these thoughts in a more easy way. I invite you now, if you have, to take a bowl of water, if you can do that. If not, that's totally fine as well. And I invite you to speak to the water, and then we're going to drink it. And as we speak, we're going to open up a collective prayer that is rippling out into all of the different waters of the earth. Okay, so get your water, or if you don't have water here right now, you can just imagine that you speak to the water of your cells. So that's another thing, like we should speak to our cells. Oh, you are healthy, you have a good immunity, you're strong, you're vibrant, you're resilient, and your cells will believe that. Your cells will form whatever you're saying. There's this like beautiful experimentation where you have one plant and another plant, or actually like one water and another water, and then you put plants inside, and to the one plant you speak, "Oh my God, you're so beautiful, I love you, you're the most amazing plant that I ever experienced, you're so amazing." And the plant is growing fast. To the other plant you speak, "Oh, you're worthless, I don't like you, da 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 da." And the plant is growing slow. Same thing, when you speak to water, "Oh, I love you." The molecular structure is forming into a whole beautiful crystal. If you speak, "I hate you," it is looking like a weird kind of like thing. So now, we're going to work with the alchemy of water. So just close your eyes, take your water if you have some, and bring it to your heart. If you wish, you can now repeat after me and we do this collective prayer together. I am calling upon the waters of life. I'm calling upon the great oceans. I'm calling upon the rivers, the waterfalls, and every body of water on earth, as well as my own internal water and the water of my entire human family, the blood of life. And we are now singing to this water. And as I start to sing and to tone, please feel free to tone what intuitively feels right for you in the moment. Asiana yayana kutia yangana kuya kuya te. Asiana yayana kutia yangana kuna kuna way. And now take yourself time to speak to this water. Your internal waters, the waters of life, the water that you hold in your hands. Speak any words of love that you want to direct right now. And I invite you now to call forth the violet flame and the violet fire of transmutation and transformation. You can see this as a violet light ray that is now infusing all of the waters on earth. And we are asking for this light to be stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger, purifying, cleansing and crystallizing every particle of water on earth. Flowing now through all of our cells, every of our organs, purifying every of our organs now, and bringing it back into divine perfection, into its original structure, as it was planned, as it was designed to be, wholesome and complete. And we are seeing this light now flooding the earth, flooding each of our cells. And in the most prosperous way, sharing and multiplying itself over all that is now. We're now calling forth the light of the central sun. You can imagine it as the most beautiful golden crystalline light that you have ever seen. And we're doing the same. We're flooding our own body. Every part of our cells, every little electron of our being, every molecule of our existence with this golden light of the central sun. And we are asking the central sun to now also bless and transform and alchemize all of the waters of earth in this now moment. And we're just staying in this visualization how more and more light of the central sun is getting pushed into the water and transforming the water back into its divine original perfection. Golden river of light flowing into our cells, nourishing every of our cells, and all the waters of earth. You can now again just send gratitude to all of these beautiful, precious, crystalline waters And if you have your water in front of you, please feel free to drink so. Wow, so good. Yum, yum. This was such an honor to share with you. Thank you so much again for tuning in. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your experience and the rest of your life, obviously. Please remember to always send gratitude to the water, send the highest vibration to your internal waters as well as the external waters. I also want to share that I have a training coming up. It's called Empowered Healer Training. You can find it on Facebook if you type Empowered Healer Training. This is for people who are ready to step up and be in service to the collective of our human family. It is going to be a really deep, profound and transformational healing training that will enable you to then work with clients and people who you want to help with efficiently and to really bring healing into this world, because it is so needed now. Now is the time. We have all that we need to fulfill the prophecy. And feel free to reach out to me if you need any support. I'm sharing Akashic Record readings, which means I can open your Akashic records and receive information about whatever it is that you most want to know. This is basically always an up-leveling into the next step of your personal evolution. And I'm also sharing one-by-one healing sessions that are really profound and really transformative. So if you're feeling called to that, feel free to reach out to me. And I see you soon. Thank you. Bye.
We are making a documentary series about reducing waste and protecting the earth.
I spent a year teaching in Shanghai, China. I went out on weekends and consumed a lot of plastic. During the China Eastern smog of December 2013, it was like an apocalypse. I couldn't see 50 feet in front of me. I felt my lungs fill up with toxins and it was hard to breathe. It was one of Shanghai's worst episodes of air pollution in history. I spent 6 months in the Amazon rainforest doing conservation research. We studied frogs, snakes, butterflies, monkeys, big cats, you name it. It was one of the most challenging 6 months of my life. I also did things like step on a bullet ant. It's the world's most painful insect sting. At the time, I wanted to cut off my foot. I spent almost 2 years in Mexico. I lived in paradise, on the most beautiful white beaches in the world. But there was one problem. Trash. There was so much trash everywhere. I would run past the landfill every day and couldn't ignore the plastic anymore. So I started holding beach cleanups.
This is about less than a day's worth of trash for
This was me in the Isla Mujeres landfill with 2 months worth of trash.
Every person, because every person makes about 4.6 pounds of trash per day.
Alright, no more.
I started waking up to the problem with consuming plastic.
Water is life.
Water is life. What is something we all depend on? Something we consume every day. It is the essence of all life on Earth. Water, the source of everything. The source of every being. The element we are created from, which makes up 70% of our body. We can't live without it. Water is life. Do we have the courage to face the realities of our time and allow ourselves to feel deeply enough that it transforms us and the future? due to our own consumption.
My name is Chloe, and I'm on a mission to reduce plastic consumption.
Estamos aquí in San Felipe. We are here in the San Felipe Basurero, the landfill de San Felipe, and as you can see, there's a ton of waste. There's so much garbage.
Plastic. Plastic is made from oil. We're extracting fossil fuels, digging up oil, pumping toxins into our air, polluting our water. Over the span of 50 years, the average person will use 10,000 plastic water bottles, 25,000 plastic bags, 35,000 plastic straws,
16,000 disposable drinking cups. 42% of all greenhouse gas emissions are caused by the production and use of goods, including food, products, and packaging. Not the only problem. It's the companies and pollution behind all of the products we consume. The consumer care product and packaging industry is a $550 billion industry, and is owned by the oil industry. Nestle is buying up our water and selling it back to us, profiting trillions of dollars off of us. Nestle's revenue is $89 billion. They own over 2,000 brands in over 150 countries. Other companies include Procter & Gamble. Procter & Gamble has $65 billion in revenue. They own 65 individual brands. Unilever has $70.5 billion in revenue, with over 1,000 brands worldwide. Here are the 10 brands that control most of everything that we buy.
Water is life.
Water is life. Many with Shoni. The water's in you, are the water's in me. So keep our waters flowing free. Keep our waters flowing free. Keep our waters flowing free.
Join us on our Eco Tour and documentary series.
Water is life!
We are one. Water is life.
And because we love water and water is life, we are asking you today to please stop buying bottled water.
Bring your own reusable bottle and become a water protector, a water guardian. This is our message for our water protectors right now in Mount Shasta. So we ask you to support our campaign and join us.
And join us for the Earth Stock event for water protection on August 16th online. You will have the access link below, and join the family of Harmonizing Humanity.org and Earth Stock.
And donate today.
Reusable water bottle. A reusable cup for margaritas. A reusable straw. A reusable bag. A utensil kit. And a reusable stainless steel container to get takeout food.
Hello Earthstock, welcome back, and welcome back Harmonizers. I hope you enjoyed those first two videos and that last Water is Life video, which was so powerful. Up next, I am so proud to welcome one of my partners and one of our charity partner organizations, Humanitry, and Yanji, as well as a special ceremony, a humanitary ceremony that is put together by the Eco Rainbow Goddesses and Angie Rainbow G. And we are so excited to be partnering up with Humanitary in this powerful movement that allows people to really get grounded with Gaia and Mother Earth, as well as plant trees. So I hope you enjoy this next segment with Yanji and Humanitary.
Hello, wonderful people. This is Yanji, spokesperson for the Humanitary movement. And there are actually many of us. And as a matter of fact, you can become one too. So I just want to kind of get into the idea of connecting right now with the Mother Earth and the ancestors, and just basically thanking all the ancestors and all the people of the world that have ever worked for making a wonderful transformation here with our humanity, you know, rising up as one human family in full diversity. And I want to also thank the organizers of this wonderful event, you know, for putting all this together. What an amazing team, and what an amazing community of folks, you know. So just want to basically talk a little bit about what you're about to see. You're about to see an Eco Rainbow Goddess, and guess what? There's many of them too, getting planted in the earth like a tree. And so this is really, really amazing that we can, you know, have this footage for you that we got, and so we're just wanting to just make sure that you understand that everybody can do this, and you can do this in your own way. You don't have to do it in the way that you're about to see. You can do this with, you know, playing saxophone, or you can do this with any kind of items and songs and ceremony, and that we have this great opportunity to really be diverse, you know. So without further ado, here is Angie G.
Today, I have the great honor to get planted into the earth for the Humanitary Harmonizing Challenge. And we are getting my feet connected to the earth.
She who reconciles the ill-matched threads of her life and weaves them gratefully into a single cloth. It's she who drives the loudmouths from the hall and clears it for a different celebration, where the one guest is you.
Spoke to me through the trees. She said, daughter dear, you come from these women who are bound to you. They're gifted with sight. They can see you now as they saw you then. They come to you in the night and say, keep her moving, keep her shaping, keep her safe, safe in this life. Keep her speaking, keep her feeling, keep her safe, safe in this life. You are still alive, my dear. You have a chance to heal. And those crocodile men with their wicked tongues may haunt you through the veil. They say not enough, not pretty, and certainly not thin. They mock you as they shout. But these rippling melodies that are in your blood cast those demons out. Catching gill-match threads, we reconcile the weaver and the wool. With barefoot love climbing up with vines, we heal the wicked throne. We are soft, we are supple and singing from seed to bloom. She is the result of the love of thousands. So we keep her moving, keep her shaping, keep her safe, safe in this life. Keep her speaking, keep her feeling, keep her safe, safe in this life. Keep her moving, keep her shaping, keep her safe, safe in this life. Keep her speaking, keep her feeling, keep her safe, safe in this life. Keep her moving, keep her dancing, keep her safe, safe in this life. Keep her mending, keep her tending, keep her safe, safe in this life. Safe in this life. Keep her speaking.
And this is Angie Rainbow G, and we are the Eco Rainbow Goddesses. Come join us at our harmonious, sacred goddess temple on July 26th, and our Abundancia, abundance temple on July 27th, and discover how you can grow your natural abundance.
Safe in this life.
And I'm back. How are you? All right, did you like that? I mean, I did. I just want to give that tree a hug. Woo! And so, anyway, I wanted to kind of talk with you a little bit more about the humanitarian movement. And so, there are a lot of therapeutic aspects into what we're doing. And there are a lot of ways that the message is on point for our collective humanity and for ourselves. And also that our humanitarian movement is also creating an organization called the Humanitarian Foundation. And we have formed it, and we have a website and Instagram and Facebook, everything, Humanitarian Foundation, woohoo! And so, so one of the things that we are doing as a foundation is we are launching the Humanitarian Challenge. And, you know, yes, we all love to be challenged. And in this case, the challenge is quite sweet. So, we challenge you to have a positive impact in this world. And we challenge you to harmonize with the earth. And we challenge you to become a humanitary and to plant other humanitaries. There it is. We have launched officially the Humanitarian Challenge into this world. Hashtag Humanitarian Challenge. And so there's something else that I would like to share, which is basically that we understand that people, not everybody is going to find a place to plant a tree right away. And people in their homes, and people in just different places and everything. And so we've added something to the challenge that we think is really awesome. So we have developed a meditation and a visualization, and I would like to lead you through that right now. So if we could just take a deep breath, close our eyes, and, you know, tap into your heart space and tap into something that you want to let go in this world, and something that you'd like to grow in this world. And from that heart space, now use your mind's eye and your spirit being to imagine that you're in this place, that you're digging a hole, probably in a garden, and the earth, the soil is nice and black and rich. And as you're digging this hole, you dig the hole about knee deep and fairly wide, and you step into the hole. Now want you to imagine which direction you're facing. And there are some friends around you that are moving the soil back in. They move the soil back in and they start packing it down with their feet. And it becomes firmer and firmer, almost like a post. And now you can sway in any direction. And so now there are other people that are coming up to you, and they have brought all kinds of beautiful items. They brought flower petals. They've brought crystals and rocks and pieces of wood and artwork, and they're creating an altar around you, a healing mandala around you. And as you're swaying and all this beauty appears, someone comes up with a beautiful watering can that has flowers on it, and they water you in. And as you're feeling the water come in, you are being touched and blessed by the waters of the world, the sacred waters, the waters of Mother Earth. And in that moment where you're sinking into the hole with the water, I want you to breathe. I want you to feel. And feel the Mother Earth. And she is with you. You are connected. And you have an opportunity to let go what you want to let go. And you have an opportunity to grow what you want to grow. And you just stand there swaying. You look down and you actually are part tree now. And you're tapping into all the trees in the world. And you're tapping into an interdimensional, intergalactic tree. A big tree. A rainbow tree. That is made up of galaxies. And you're being connected. You're connected to the whole cosmos in this moment of being planted in the earth. And as you feel this more and more, you stay there as long as you want. And when you're ready, you come and step out of the hole. The soil is loose enough to pull out your legs, but wait. As you're pulling out your legs, one by one, the first one, the earth is actually holding on to it. It is holding the leg, and you're pulling it out, and it slides out with a little bit of resistance, and the other one too. And you come out and dance, and you're free, and you're reborn into this wonderful being that you've always been anyway. And you look back at the earth, and you plant a tree. And that tree is dedicated to inner peace and more love in the world. Welcome to the humanity movement. You are now officially a humanitarian. No, I'm only kidding. You are a part tree and a walking tree. And so, yes. And now that you've imagined it, it might be easier to go do it. We ask everyone to join our challenge. The idea is that basically, hashtag humanitarian challenge, that you will be sharing this with a lot of people. And that when people, listen to the meditation, or if you share it with them, that maybe they can be sitting in front of a tree, next to a tree, or hugging a tree. And so, call to action. What is the call to action? Please. We would love you to be part of our movement and of our challenge and growing this with celebrities and presidents of countries and corporate leaders, and bringing it into schools and having all kinds of awesome things happening all over the world. And you are welcome. This is our movement. This is not exclusive. This is us. This is ours. And so, what a wonderful day. And we just want to say that you are the most important person in the world. That we might go out and plant other influential people. But we're all influential people. We're all celebrities. And so please join us. And you can also, if you want, contribute by volunteering, by helping organize things. We have a PayPal on the website. The website is humanityfoundation.org. And we would love you to go check it out and join us and enjoy the show. Woohoo!
Thank you so much to Yangi of the Humanitarian Movement. We are so honored to be in collaboration with this organization that's dedicated to reforesting the human heart and also reforesting the garden of the earth. After each person is planted, a tree is planted, encouraging our one human family to plant the trees of life. Become part of our Harmonizing Humanity Challenge. Film yourself getting planted and then plant a tree. Send us the footage to a Dropbox link that we can provide when you send us an email to info@harmonizinghumanity.org. Once we receive your documentary of your tree planting, we will give you a shout out on our Facebook page. You will then become eligible to receive seeds, which is a regenerative new conscious cryptocurrency. Next up, we have an interview with Elizabeth Harold, who is a council member for our Eco Rainbow Goddesses organization, and she is the founder at lovingwaters.life. She is also a co-creator of the Aisha Foundation, and you can learn more about that at foundationaisha.org, which will be a link below. She has worked in film, video, and media production for 28 years. She is a freelance editor and graphics creator. She is passionate about water and invites you to remember our inherent sacred relationship with water. She is also committed to bringing clean water to the children of the earth. Please welcome Elizabeth into the stage.
The universe, the world stretching into all eternity. Hundreds and thousands of clumps of ice moving through outer space. After a long journey through the expanse between the planets and the stars, the grand journey is about to come to an end. Earth, emerald green, shining brightly as the ice approaches Earth. It enters the atmosphere and breaks up and gradually becomes smaller, spreading out and finally falling towards ground. Rain falls, bringing nourishment to the earth, forest, fields, flowers. The water sinks into the ground only to emerge ages later as spring water. Rivers splashing, sparkling, flowing. At first a muddy stream, the water eventually becomes a river, flowing through the waterways, carrying life within. somewhere along the way, we have forgotten to show our appreciation for water. Water from the ground is polluted, and water from our taps no longer tastes good. So we resort to water in plastic bottles. Perhaps the pollution of water is nothing more than the pollution of a human soul. Modern society has gone as far as we can go. Ice crystals, shining diamonds, a new hope, the beginning of a new adventure.
There's only one water on Earth. We must cherish water as if life depends on it, because it does. What is water? A miracle occurs when two hydrogen atoms form covalent and hydrogen bonds with a single oxygen atom to create H2O, the life-giving water molecule. Hydrogen bonds relentlessly to oxygen, seemingly into infinity. Yet water does not exist in singularity. Not stable as an individual molecule, the macroscopic properties of water only emerge when H2O bonds with itself to form the liquid crystalline compound we know as water. There is still so much that we have yet to understand about the nature of water.
Web of life. What does the term really mean?
All of life on Earth is the infinite creative expression of water. Truly, the one common bond uniting every living being and every living system. This is the web of life. What is our relationship to water?
A whale can be sounding the South Pacific, and it registers all the way to the California coastline.
Life is water. Water emerging as life.
We're blessed by the water. We're blessed with consciousness. When our water wakes up, we're blessed with everything. I pledge to put water first in my life, knowing that 99% of the numbers of molecules in my body are water. I pledge to protect, restore, and sustain the integrity of my local watershed, understanding that it is deeply connected to all water on the planet. I pledge to nourish my own inner waters by joining with others to continue educating myself in ways to ensure the purity and vitality of water for future generations. It's so essential that our children get this information, because To me, this is what will heal the world, is remembering this core relationship with our living, intelligent source, water.
Hi everyone, this is Shelley Darling, and I'm here to express my gratitude with the understanding that we as a collective conscious community all over the world can come together with a sense of ease and balance as we discover a deeper sense of connection to our one source water. We invite you in and come to the Facebook page, come to the event page, learn more about it, as well as come and join us on lovingwaters.life. So we'll see you there.
Welcome back, harmonizers and earth stalkers. We hope you're enjoying the day thus far with what's going on over there on the earth stage. And if you haven't yet, go and check out the fire circle so you can join in on the community conversations that are taking place over there. And thank you so much, Elizabeth Harold, for your powerful message that you just brought to our stage. Up next, I am honored to be introducing Jim Graywolf and Chief Charles Two Dog to the stage to discuss water and the circle of life. So up next.
Hello friends, and welcome. Welcome to our little time here with you. We are very proud and honored to be here with you to talk to the people of the Water Protector Tour. I am Jim Graywolf Petruzzi, coming to you from Pennsylvania. And with me is my friend and my chief, Chief Charles Two Dog, coming to you from the offices of the United Lenape tribe in Kentucky. We wanted to talk a little bit today about water. You can hear in the background, we started this with the sounds of water. We did that intentionally. Water is such a critical element. Today we are going to talk about the circle of life, and Chief is going to fill us in a minute on that. Let me drown out our water there. Let me bring in Chief to say a little bit about what we're going to do today, and then we'll dig into this. It's kind of interesting for us not doing it with an audience, but we know this will get out there to you, and you can always find us online. Hey, dude, Chief Charles, you there?
Oh, Joe. Oh, yeah, I'm here, my brother. As far as the circle of life goes, the circle of life is this. If the water goes bad, you can't drink it. It splits. So the circle of life is broken. any part and all of our earth mother and everything that is the fish that are in the water that live there, the wingets, the standing ones, the plant peoples when the rain peoples come. Life is essential. Water is essential in this circle of life. All things needed, from the smallest to the biggest, the two-legged, the four-legged, the winged. We all have our part of that water as well, and even in our bodies. So water is essential for all life. And as that so goes the circle of life, and so goes all life on the earth mother. So water is a highly, highly essential for life in itself. So that is why we're doing what we're doing for the water, for all things, not just say the people, but the wingets, the fish that live in the waters, that have to be there. All things. So everything is sacred, and water is sacred. So even as it rains and the thunder beings you hear, and then you see the rain people, then that is to nurture everything. So as that is that great circle of life, and we need to continue to keep the circle of life connected like this.
Yeah. Yeah, I could not
not
agree
let it
more.
break.
Yes. And that circle has been broken, which many prophecies talk about. What we're trying to do now is heal the sacred hoop, heal that circle, so we can all live better, live healthier. Those of us who are around now and those of us who will be generations from now. You know, you can tell by looking at Charles and I that we've been around a few years. When we were younger, water was clean. You could take a hike, you could take water out of a stream and you could drink it and you would be fine. We can't do that anymore because water is not healthy for us. And yet water is in everything, as Charles said. It's part of us. It's the earth mother's blood. It's her stream of life. It's how we connect most directly with the earth. If we lose water, we die within a couple of days. We can go without food, but not without water. So this whole movement around water, which has been going on, and Charles and I have been broadcasting on our radio show about some of it. Standing Rock opened eyes and got people to stand up again. Because for many years we've thought about water, we've done things around water, we've tried to help a little bit here and there, but suddenly people are understanding we must attack this, we must deal with this collectively in a circle, as Charles says. One mother, one tribe. We're all one tribe. And so I think that's a big part of what's going on right now. What do you think, Charles?
Well, one of the things that I would like to say to all my relatives all over our Earth Mother is this. Culturally, we may be just a tad different, okay? But as the human being, we all love our children, we all eat together, we all talk together, we all laugh together. As the human being, we're not that different. We love our wives, our husbands, our children. Okay. Now, Heaka Sapa, we know as Black Elk, said the circle of the great hoop is broken. It will take 7 generations to bring it back. We were that 7th generation. Now another generation is coming after us, a younger generation. But the way I look at these things is that we are now in the communication with our brothers and sisters all over the earth mother, from Australia, from the United States, from everywhere in this great mother that we sit on. Okay. So as relatives and as your relative, I am saying to you, whoever may hear me, as far as the clean water for your children and your grandchildren and yourself and you, as a brother to you, we're working to try to help and do what we can to make sure that we can nurture this and take care of everything that lies walks on the planet.
Yeah, great point. And we've been doing a lot of work with wisdom circles, with elders talking about various aspects, and one of them has been water. We're now expanding that even more. We've done a little bit of it, but now we're going to be talking in wisdom circles of elders and youth together, because we have to share these things together, not just between cultures, but between generations. I think that's really, really critical right now, because Charles is right. You know, we're white hairs now, me more than him. But our time is more limited. We have these young people coming up, and we have some great young people. You all know some of them. You see what's gone on. We have people ask us, well, you know, is this more important than climate change? Is this more important than having healthy food? No, no, no. I think people miss the point. These are all one issue. Climate change is the elephant in the middle of the room, but climate change in big part is being driven by what's happened to our waters, because as go our waters, so go our crops, so go our trees, so go so many things. So really, as we deal with any one of these, as we clean the waters up, as we respect the waters again, we are also respecting ourselves. We're also helping to clean up the environment. You know, we have people, young people we talk to who are into sustainable gardening and gardening's within cities. And that's incredible work. However, they also need water. No water, no gardens. And so this is all one. You know, especially Charles, let me throw this one out there, because I do get asked about this a lot. As indigenous people, we, in the past, and let's see how it is for our tribe, indigenous communities, tribes, all grew up around water. They needed water to drink, water drew the animals so they could have food, water to plant crops. So wasn't water like the most important decision in where a tribe would either build its community or have one of its mobile communities?
Well, you know, Jim, this is exactly a lot of how we did these things back in the old days. Even, you know, like on the plains or wherever. When we built our camps, it was always around water. Water was essential to cooking or whatever. All right. So water is essential for life, and we know this. So if we set our camp, we would set it next to a river or something of that manner. Okay. So yeah, it's highly essential. So yeah, when we set our camps, it was always near water. So yeah, you're exactly. Yeah. Okay.
So for generations, water has been incredibly important. Now it becomes equally as important. We need water for our crops, as we say. We need water to drink. And yet water is also now becoming difficult to deal with. We're watching flooding. We're watching coastal waters rise. All of these things we have to address in order to come in a good way. There is one movement, and Charles and I have been honored to be part of it, and the tribe has actually signed off in support of it, called the World Water Law. And I invite you all to go online and Google and find the World Water Law and sign up. Sign up and support. Join up and do something. Look for our friends Jan Golding and Shelley Osteroff. This is an incredible document. This is for everybody to support that water must support all. Water must be healthy, water must be respected, must be considered like a being. And then how do we implement that? Because that needs to come from the people. The day of relying on governments to do things for us is long over. This now needs to be about the people. So what we do around water needs to be about the people. Don't you agree, Charles?
Well, this is the thing. You see the government and what they're doing right now, and brother, it's not about what we need to do. Is say it's not about just the people, but it's about everything upon the earth, Mother, now, right now. All right, and as far as the people, we need to stand one mind, one heart, one spirit, and work for the benefit of the whole. Now, when it comes to climate change or anything that our nation did sign the emergency proclamation on climate change, okay? But if you look at climate change in itself, especially what happened just about a day ago when one of the pieces of the Arctic just broke off with as big as Manhattan or Maine, I think it was, or something of that manner. Here's the part. Water is also a part of this climate change. Every part of this is part of that. It's that whole circle. Every bit of it is connected. So within this connection, we work for everything. So water is a major part of your life, major part of life in itself. So we protect that as well. So as the climate change or anything of that manner, water is part of that. Good.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we do it as a people, as a collective people, we do it without ego. We do it with fairness. We do it with all those things that has to come into the rest of what we're doing is in life now too. And we can do that. I know we can. Charles and I have been doing this work for decades, but now we see so many people standing up that we know this can happen. When Standing Rock was here, that of course was all around water and fossil fuels. And when I was at Standing Rock, it's just coming back to me. And if I can remember some of the lines, there was a song written by Daphne Singing Tree at Standing Rock that we met, and she taught us the song, and it's Water is Life. Mini Wakone, water is life. Sweet water is everyone's right. Water is life. Mini Wakone, water is life. Fight for her with all of your might. Mini Wakone, water is life. Clean water is everyone's right. And I think that's where we can leave it. We're going to continue fighting. We're honored to fight with all of you who hear this. We would welcome hearing from any of you. Questions, comments, things you'd like us to do, things that you would ask Charles to present to our tribe, any of that. And we thank you for hearing us today. Charles, sign us out.
Brothers and sisters, this is what I'll do next. We take this world, we take this mother, our life, your life, everything's life, the trees, the standing ones, everything. We call it the people. When the rains fall, we call it the rain people. Okay. So we have to look at everything has being in this earth. We just happen to be the human being. So being, helping, being, water is being. So without the water, we will not exist. Nothing will. Okay. So I say this to you. We will be here to answer your questions and whatever we can say and whatever we can do with you. But it's time, one mind, one heart, one spirit, and work for the earth mother and the water and her blood. For as the earth goes, so goes life. Right,
Aho.
back.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you for hearing us, people. And with that, we will say goodbye. Yahoo.
Thanks to Jim Gray Wolf with Indigenous Water for sharing the wisdom of the ancestors, reminding us to connect to the sacred Mother Earth. You can visit him at sotem, SOTEM.org. Next up, we want to welcome Dana Tomasino, who will guide us in the water coherence journey. She spent 12 years working with the Heart Math Institute, and she is a water protector, and she's exploring the connection between consciousness and water. We are now welcoming her to the stage.
Aloha, everyone. My name is Dana Tomasino, and I'm here today to lead us into a meditation to make a deep heart connection with water as we generate a state of heart coherence together. Water is, of course, the substance that gives us life, that cleanses us, that refreshes us. But water is also so much more than that. Some of the most prominent scientists alive today have acknowledged that we know almost nothing about water. I believe that water is a conscious being. It is a multidimensional encoder, translator, and transmitter of energetic information. It is a bridge between dimensions. Water may indeed be the most advanced form of consciousness on Earth. I also believe that learning to connect and communicate with water at this level is a vital next step in humanity's evolution. Studies have shown that water responds to human consciousness. It responds to our emotions, and it responds to the energy of our heart. I was a research scientist at the Heart Math Institute for 12 years, where our research showed that states of love and gratitude produce a marked shift in the heart's rhythmic pattern and energetic field, giving rise to a highly organized and harmonious state that we call heart coherence. We can also generate a state of collective heart coherence as a group, creating an amplified, coherent heart field whose energetic impact is more than the sum of its parts. And even though we may be in different parts of the world, we can still generate such a coherent, amplified heart field non-locally. This month of August has been designated Global Coherence Month. Today, to contribute our heart energy to the collective wave, we'll first enter a state of heart coherence by experiencing heart-centered feelings of love and gratitude. Then we will connect our individual heart field to create one collective, amplified, coherent heart field. And then from this amplified energetic space, we will direct our coherent heart energy to send a message of love and gratitude into water, the water within us, and all of the water on our planet. In doing so, we will set up a two-way communication link where water can also reflect back to us what it wishes us to know and experience about its consciousness. So we will be energy transmitters and also receivers today. So let's begin. I invite you to shift your focus of attention to the area around your heart, right in the center of your chest. Closing your eyes as you do so. If you wish, you may place a hand on your heart to help anchor your attention there. Feel your attention and presence in the heart area as we begin to slowly breathe through our hearts, feeling our breath coming in through the heart and going out through the heart. And coming in. And going out. Maintaining that slow, even, easy breathing rhythm. Let's imagine that we're all breathing together as one. Now let's bring into our heart a feeling, experience of love and gratitude. You might recall a person, a pet, a place in nature, or a life experience that easily evokes these feelings. Really feel these feelings of love and gratitude in your heart center and allow them to gradually deepen and expand. Allow these feelings to infuse your heart's energetic field surrounding you, feeling your heart's field growing stronger and brighter with each breath. And now let's radiate these feelings of love and gratitude to one another here in this circle. As we do so, let's envision our heart fields interconnecting and merging to create one amplified, coherent heart field. Feel the presence of this amplified heart field surrounding us, like a holodome of light. And now, from this space, we are ready to make a connection with water. Beginning within us, let's radiate our coherent heart energy, this message of love and gratitude, to the water in all of our cells throughout our whole body. Allow the water within you to receive and respond to this energetic message, this light from your heart. How does the water within you respond? How is its configuration affected? What does it reflect or communicate back to you? Take a moment to listen and receive. Let's now connect the water within us to the waters of the earth. First connecting to the fresh waters, the rivers and streams. And also the lakes, the reservoirs, the water that becomes our drinking water, and the water that falls as rain from the sky. Connecting our internal water with these waters in our environment. Let's see all of these waters being infused with the waves of light from our heart. Imagine these waters lighting up as they absorb and reflect back this radiant message of love and gratitude. As we breathe out, let's infuse our heart light into the water. And as we breathe in, let us open to receive the message that water sends back to us. Now, let us turn our attention to the ocean. The ocean covers more than 70% of the Earth's surface and contains 97% of the Earth's water. We swim in the ocean. We love to be near it. But do we really know it? What if the ocean was a vast information communication network, relaying complex patterns of energetic information throughout the Earth? If water encodes, amplifies, and remembers information, what might we learn from the ocean once we come to understand how to decode its message? Can you imagine that the cetaceans, the dolphins and whales, may be tapping into this network and even contributing to it with their sonics, the specific patterns of sound waves they produce? Let's tap into this network now, together, and transmit into the ocean our message of love and gratitude from our hearts. See the ocean lighting up with this message, amplifying it, and instantly relaying it throughout the whole planet. Let's ask that the ocean remember and continue to reflect and transmit this coherent heart light to the world and throughout the whole water network. On the out-breath, feel our message being amplified and reflected many times over, reaching every water molecule on Earth and beyond. On the in-breath, draw in the energy and information you receive from the ocean. And finally, expanding our collective awareness out even further, let's take a moment to commune with the very essence of water, the soul of water, its full consciousness, radiating our love and gratitude, respect and reverence for this amazing being. Making a deep heart connection with the essence of water, creating a relationship with it, and in our hearts asking water to continue to inform us, to help us come to understand and experience its true nature. And we intend this for all beings on Earth. Maintaining this connection we have created, let's slowly begin to bring our energy back. First into our collective heart field, and gradually back into our individual heart field. Reconnecting with our body in the time and place where we are now. While we now disengage from the collective amplified field we have created, we can remember that once a field like this has been created, it exists in a domain apart from space and time and can always be tapped into for energy and support. Now gently open your eyes. Thank you for participating in this heart coherence meditation to connect with water. I hope you will continue to form a dynamic relationship with water in your life and continue to invite water to connect and communicate with you. My name is Dana Tomasino. I'm forming a study group to more deeply explore the energetic and multidimensional nature of water. If you're interested in participating, you can connect with me on my Heart Magic page on Facebook. I look forward to connecting with you further, and thank you once again for joining me in this meditation. I wish you a magical day and a magical connection with water. Much aloha.
Welcome back to the Harmonizing Water stage. As you know, the focus of today has been about water because water is life. And one big thing we're wanting to raise awareness for with this stage of ours and this event in general, which is helping support the Water Protector Tour, is we're raising awareness for a in-person gathering at the end of September to join together at Mount Shasta to do somewhat like a standing rock to help protect the headwaters of California, which have been getting depleted by some of these major water corporations. So the date is going to be September 26th. Stay tuned for more information that's going to be released, where you can find out through the Water Protector Tour and Earthstock and harmonizinghumanity.org, where we're going to be sharing more information on the details of this event, but we hope you can join us so we can come together and protect our waters.
Digging deep for courage, digging deep for courage, digging deep for courage, yes we can, yes we can dig deep for courage. But it's hard, but it's hard to let go, hard to let go, hard to let go of being right, hard to let go, hard to let go. Or maybe it's easy, or maybe it's easy. Maybe it's easy to let go. Easy, beauty forming, see the beauty forming, see the beauty forming now, digging deep, digging deep, digging deep for courage, digging deep, digging deep, digging deep for courage, digging deep, digging deep, digging deep for courage. To stand for love, to stand for gratitude, to stand for harmony, digging deep for courage, digging deep for courage, digging deep for courage. Hazeltine, Delta, show us how to dig deep for courage. Courage to move on from here. Courage to move on.
Thank you, Daniela, for sharing the water wisdom and the sacred songs for her sacred body. We now want to welcome Isabel Friend from www.waterislife.love. Isabel has a borderline obsessiveness and fascination with water. She's an international water advocate and a workshop activist who also writes articles, posts videos, and facilitates ceremonies and retreats about water. Welcome, Isabel.
So my name is Isabel, and I've been studying water for 10 years now and teaching about it for about 6 years in 6 different countries so far and counting. And today we're going to swim through an overview of some of the basics that I feel everyone should know about water. We're going to touch briefly on a lot of different aspects of water, from the scientific to the spiritual, from the mundane to the mystical, and if any aspect of what we talk about today really captivates your attention, you can learn more about it in the free videos or e-courses available through my website, waterislife.love, or you can join our private Facebook group where we discuss all kinds of really interesting aspects of water research. Because each one of us is made of water. And so each one of us has a relationship to water. But we often go through our lives completely unaware of this relationship, even though it subtly affects our lives deeply on every level, every day. So we really want to start bringing this more to our conscious attention. So without further ado, I want to start by telling you a story. Now drop a comment if you've heard it before. So in the beginning, there was nothing. And then God moved over the face of the water. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters above from the waters below." Does that sound familiar? Well, this is the opening line of Genesis in the Bible. It's what the Christians thought was most important to say first in their creation story. First there was nothing, no light, no sound. Before consciousness had even conceived of these things, there was only God and water. And from the way that God moved in water, everything else was born. Now again, that's a Christian creation myth, but all over the world, ancient people agree. And there are similar creation stories from the Egyptians, the Polynesians, the African and Native American tribes, Greeks, and countless others. They all say that first there was water, and then all of life was born from the movement of water. Now, some say it was water and light, some say fresh water and salt water and light, some say fresh water and salt water alone, but in every creation story, water is the central modus operandi of creation. And even the modern Western creation myth of evolution says that life began in oceans, right? In primordial soup as single cells in the Mother Earth's bloodstream, and then gradually we adapted to be able to carry the water within us as our own body, within our own bodies as blood so that we could walk on land. But even the scientific version is the exact same story, really. Adaptation and evolution. Water creates life. Life comes from water. So let's learn from these stories, right? If water moves to create life, then how does it move? How does it move within nature? How does it move within our bodies? And how can we work with that understanding of this movement for healthier bodies and a healthier planet? So we know that for life to exist, there has to be water. Every seed, every embryo starts its life in water, without exception. And it's the first indicator of life that we look for on other planets. Now, as with all life forms, it takes a masculine and a feminine principle uniting to create it. So, of course, water is H2O, dihydrogen oxide, right? So oxygen is the feminine, negatively charged element so abundant in the atmosphere of our Mother Earth. And hydrogen is the masculine, positively charged aspect of the pairing created in the hydrogen core of our Father Sun. And because our bodies are almost entirely water, we are the merging, we are the love-making of masculine and feminine. Water is the love, it's the electromagnetic bond. And because hydrogen and oxygen desire to be together, all life is possible. So take a moment to feel yourself as the sacred merging of masculine and feminine. Feel the blood coursing in your veins. Feel your cerebral spinal fluid in your spinal column. Feel the saliva in your mouth. Go ahead and feel yourself as this liquid life force. Now, water seems really familiar, right? It's really commonplace and really simple, and we all know about water, right? Simple as dust. Well, in truth, it's actually a total mystery. So there are over 63 anomalies about water that science doesn't yet understand. And for centuries, scientists attempting to answer these questions have been ridiculed and even attacked. And in some very old books, authors' attempts to describe their observations of water have been censored or omitted in later editions because if the truth about water were known, our economy would destabilize. Because inherent in water is a powerful supercomputer capable of free energy generation, infinite information storage, and even levitation. But we're going to get to that later. I hope that's enticed you to stay to the end. Let's just start with our basic understanding of water. So how about these water anomalies, right? Like the fact that water is the only substance on Earth found in all three phases, solid, liquid, and gas. And it's an enigma. Not to mention the strange behavior of its viscosity and its potential pressure, which science still can't explain. Like, how does a delicate little dandelion force its way through solid concrete? Because the water inside of it can reach up to 400 atmospheres of pressure. So every property of water sustains life in some incredible ways, and water is capable of incredible feats of surface tension. Like, in fact, a few molecules of structured water can actually be bonded together with the tensile strength of steel. Now, scientists at the U.S. Department of Energy Oak Ridge National Laboratory, or ORNL, have actually discovered that water molecules under extreme physical pressure or special geological conditions can arrange themselves into ultra-small hexagonal shapes around a ring, and they enter into what's called a quantum tunneling state. Now, in this state, water molecules can pass through solid walls. There's a researcher named Alexander Kolesnikov. He's shown that water can not only bilocate, it can even sextilocate, meaning that the same water molecule can occupy at least 6 or more different locations in space at once. The same water molecule. So water is wacky. It really behaves unlike anything else on Earth. There is no other liquid even remotely similar. And if even one of these strange properties were different, life on this planet would not be possible. So for example, if water didn't become strangely less dense as it freezes, unlike everything else that becomes more dense as it freezes, then it wouldn't float to the surface. And all of life in lakes and streams would die every winter. But instead, ice forms at the top, which insulates the fluid water that's underneath and sustains all of the life in rivers and lakes. Or, for example, if water didn't have such incredible internal pressure, again, life wouldn't be able to burst through rocks and concrete. Even the most delicate little plants, everything that water does, she does to sustain life. She literally defies our known understandings of physics in order to do so. So again, water plays by her own rules. And why wouldn't she? Water is the one and only conduit of life. So anything inanimate would of course be easier to explain, but water, on the other hand, baffles scientists again and again. But in beginning to understand its odd behavior, we're starting to realize that we've really been approaching it wrong all along. So scientists have been looking at, sorry, you'll have to pardon the roosters in the background. They crow all day long, so sorry about that. But anyways, scientists are beginning to realize that we've actually been approaching water all wrong all along. So we've really been looking at water molecules singularly, but that's like trying to study one human being to understand humanity as a whole. So like humanity, water is a community of individuals that interlock and interweave in molecular structures that give them these unique social behaviors. Now, the way that water molecules come together is everything. So you can think of it like relationships in a community, right? If the molecules are unstructured, if they're disconnected, it's what we call bulk water, where random bonds are forming and breaking apart billions of times per second. There's no cohesion. There's no time for them to communicate and transfer information. And we all know that for any good relationship, there's got to be good communication, right? So the molecules really need to stay in connection, like you can see here in this video on the screen. So each one of these clusters of water molecules that are bonded together, that are structured, each one has 440,000 panels on it. Let me say that again. Every structure of water molecules has 440,000 panels. And each one of these panels is responsible for sensing, storing, and communicating information about its environment. So when the molecules are bonded in this hexagonal geometric pattern, they can transmit information and communicate over vast distances, faster than the speed of light. Now, this instantaneous communication is called quantum coherence. Quantum because it's faster than the speed of light, and coherence because it's able to act cohesively as one coherent organism. And this is part of what gives water its incredible intelligence that we'll go into more in a minute. So coherence is really the ability of any multiple components or constituents to act together as one unit. Like your body, for example, you are a multitude of cells and organs and nerve fibers, but your body is coherent in that it acts all together as one unit, as one intelligent being, right? Well, when water is structured, it's able to act together cohesively as one being as well. Just like a fabric that's made of lots of different threads, but it acts as one piece. Water is made of countless molecules, but it can act cohesively and intelligently as one being. So, and the same is true with carbon atoms, for example. If you have structured carbon atoms in your left hand and unstructured carbon atoms in your right hand, you're holding coal and a diamond. They look completely different, even though both are just carbon. The difference is in the structure. The structure differentiates chaos from order. So molecular structure in an organized and repeating pattern is the definition of a crystal, be it a quartz, a diamond, an amethyst, etc. Its molecular constituents are in a repeating matrix. They are in a formation, so they can store information. So let's look at another crystalline structure, silicon dioxide, or SiO2, because its structure is kind of similar to H2O. It forms hexagonal bonds just like water. And when it does, you get a quartz crystal. And what are some of the properties of a crystal? Well, it can absorb, store, emit, amplify, and transduce piezoelectric energies. So does crystalline water, whose molecules are able to bond together in the same way. So here you can see the random, chaotic, unstructured hydrogen bonds of bulk water. But obviously, when water bonds together, its lattice matrices are more flexible than silicon dioxide, than quartz, because they're not glued together by the protons the way you see in quartz, which is why it stays liquid. But just like we saw with SiO2, H2O is also capable of absorbing, storing, emitting, amplifying, and transducing piezoelectric energies. So let's revisit carbon again. So just based on its structure, carbon is capable of being so many different substances. This is the difference between structured and unstructured water as well. Now, the distinctions between the ways that it can be structured are not exactly as clear, because it may appear as transparent liquid no matter what, but it behaves very differently, almost to the point of being entirely different substances. In fact, Dr. Gerald Pollack has named a fourth phase of water beyond solid, liquid, and gas. He calls it exclusionary zone, or EZ water. There's also another phase called EXW, or electrically expanded water, and there are more. But today we'll mostly be discussing H3O2 and EXW crystalline waters, because that's the kind of water you're made of and the best kind to drink. So these waters are in a formation. Again, that allows them to be able to store information. And if you think that molecular structure doesn't make any difference to plain old ordinary water, I invite you to propose to your girlfriend with a lump of coal instead of diamond and tell her, oh, well, baby, it's still just carbon. Let me tell you, structure makes all the difference. So what structures water? Well, for water to form this crystalline lattice of hexagonal hydrogen bonds, movement is a crucial factor. Now, remember we talked about the movement of water in creation myths? Well, spiral motion is what creates this living crystalline water. It's one of the factors that creates it. So when all of the molecules flow freely together in a spiral, as it happens in nature, all of the molecules are able to bond together. So spiral vortex movement. On the northern hemisphere, it's mostly counterclockwise. On the southern hemisphere, it's mostly clockwise, like a toroid. So everywhere in nature, water moves in spirals, and cyclones, and water down a drain, the way that a plant grows in the spiral Fibonacci pattern, in the natural spiral of rivers, which actually have vortex fluid dynamics within the stream, these horizontal vortexes that keep the water cool, that keep the river clean, it prevents sediment buildup. In spring water, where water is actually drawn to the surface from the aquifer by the pull of lunar gravity in a vortexing spiral that structures the water and gives it an ionic charge on the way up. So this is the main way that water is structured in nature. It can also become structured by radiant energy, like sunlight and near-infrared, except be a little bit careful with this one, because temperature is also a crucial factor, and heat can loosen the hydrogen bonds, whereas being cool keeps them stable. Magnetism also plays a big role. Pressure can do so, as well as the presence of hydrophilic or water-loving surfaces, like those that are found throughout the inner landscape of your own body. Also, epitaxy and transference can also structure water. So there are a lot of different factors in the ways that nature structures water, and we can mirror all of these factors in the ways that we create more structured water in our bodies, and the ways that we structure our drinking water as well. So again, the same principles of nature apply within your body. Now, science has actually contradicted the long-held belief that the heart pumps blood. So as a muscle, it's actually not strong enough to pump blood through the body. Instead, it acts as a vortex that moves blood into the veins, and then the veins have these spiral striations on the inside of them. And it's that spiral motion that gives the blood enough momentum to make it through the entire body. Now, interestingly, the German word for spinal column is spiral column, and the German word for vertebrae is vortices, because your cerebral spinal fluid also moves in a spiral up and down your spine from root to crown and back. And the next time you pee, maybe look down at your urethra and notice that even your urine comes out in a spiral. So our bodies are mirrors of the earth, right? We are smaller holographic projections of the earth's larger whole, and our bodies are small plots of water, like aquariums contained in skin, right? They're bits of ocean that we get to tend to. And so by understanding the earth's hydrological patterns, the ways that water moves within nature, we can understand our bodies better and vice versa. Now, I believe that one of the most powerful ways to influence the health of the planet's water as a whole is by ennobling our own body waters. Because water has this principle of behavior known as transference. And the transference property allows higher quality crystalline substances, like crystal in your water, for example, or like the crystalline water that is already highly structured. It allows that to actually uplift and ennoble any lower quality bulk unstructured water in its vicinity. So if your body is made of highly structured water, you will affect the people around you. You will affect whatever water comes through your body and back into the watershed. You will affect bodies of water that you swim in. You will be a physically healing presence. So let's really start with our own bodies. What is the practical application of now understanding that water is life and that it is a crystal? That it is innately a living liquid crystal, as you've now seen up to this point. What do we do with this information moving forward? Well, first, I think out of respect to the entity that gives us life, I think we can stop treating it as an inanimate object, right? And then we can begin to harvest, store, and imbibe it in ways that honor, ennoble, and uplift it. And we can create our bodies out of this incredibly intelligent and vivacious entity. So like a crystal, water whose molecules are in a formation can store information. And by drinking this water, you actually become more intelligent. Now, Victor Schauberger, my personal hero of all time, he's incredible, and they call him the water wizard. He had a better understanding of water than anyone who's ever lived to this point in time. But he actually partially attributed the great genius of his incredible wisdom to the fact that he made himself of the highest quality water. Now, regardless of whether you believe that crystals have healing properties, it's unequivocal that we use crystals in watches and computers because they store information. Now, your body can tell the difference between structured and unstructured water, and it will preferentially choose more crystalline water. In fact, within a month, and I've heard even within just 5 gallons of drinking this water, you can replace your entire body volume. Now, as we discussed, your body already has natural vortices to spiral your body water. So many parts of your body are already made of highly structured water, like your collagen and your cell membranes. In fact, it's been shown that acupuncture meridians and the nadis that were spoken about in yogic texts may simply be very long strands of highly structured chains of water molecules, which allow for the immediate transference of energy and information throughout the body. Now, these meridian systems map exactly over the fascial network, which connects every cell in your body. So this fascial network that you can see on the screen here, it's 75% water, 25% protein, and it actually conducts electrical signals at the speed of sound, 700 miles per hour. Far faster than your nerve signals, pretty much instantaneously. Now, this is due to the structured water's properties of quantum coherence that we talked about. It's likely the second or third most highly structured water in your body after the water surrounding your DNA and your cerebrospinal fluid. So your DNA, as you can see on the left side of the screen here, your DNA is surrounded by chains of extremely highly structured water with very strong hydrogen bonds. Now this is what keeps the chiral integrity of the double helix tightly twisted and intact. Now Victor Schauberger claimed that drinking the highest quality water allowed him to actually access his ancestral memories. Now this was before the discovery of DNA, but I believe he had that direct experience because his DNA was surrounded by this intelligent crystalline matrix. Now, your DNA is meant to be a cymatic antenna of perceptive clathrate icosahedral water geometries. And interestingly, you can see a huge difference between the body water of a younger person versus an older person, specifically in the water surrounding their DNA. Because after a lifetime of dehydration and inflammation, of course, that takes its toll, and your body water eventually becomes more like unstructured bulk water, allowing for less healthy gene expression and is a direct correlation to the process of aging. So drinking high quality water helps your body to stay younger. It keeps your collagen tight. It keeps your DNA healthy. It keeps your telomeres intact. It keeps your cell membranes intact. It neutralizes free radicals. In fact, the more we learn about it, the more we realize that it's the key to youth, longevity, and gene expression. By contrast, stagnant water, like municipal or bottled water, leads to stagnation of qi in the body. So we talked about how important movement is for the health of water, but when we keep our drinking water stagnant, as we so often do, it creates stagnation in the body as well. Now, according to Eastern medicine, stagnation of qi is the root of all disease, inflammation, and stress. So water is like a child, right? Water loves to move and to play in nature. It bubbles and babbles, it swirls and eddies. And just like a child, if it has to sit still for too long, it becomes unhappy and even unhealthy. Just like if you sit still for too long, you start to get achy, right? And if you continue sitting still, you would get sick. And if you were forced to continue sitting still, especially in an enclosed container, you would feel imprisoned. Now, this is what we do to our water. We seal it up, we set it on a shelf or in a reservoir, we create these little plastic gravestones of water to line the shelf with. But again, just like us, water needs to breathe. It needs to exchange gases like oxygen and carbonic acid. It needs to move to keep itself clean and prevent sedimentation. It needs to move in order to keep itself cool. So, because your body is mostly water, what we do to our water, we do to ourselves. By understanding the way water moves in nature, we can understand the way our bodies need to move. Because your body is mostly water, physical movement is also a key aspect of hydration. We think of hydration as just being a matter of how much water you drink, but that's actually irrigation. Hydration is the chemical process by which those water molecules actually bind with proteins and other substances in your body. Now, the human body is a hydraulic pump system, and squeezing, twisting, contracting, movement of all kinds deliver hydration more deeply into our tissues. So our spinal canal and our joints are central to this hydraulic system, as is the fascia. So this sponge-like connective tissue that you're seeing that's made of mostly water that conducts all electrical signals through the body instantaneously, that surrounds our muscles, that connects every single cell in your body. This is the hidden irrigation system, which also conducts the cell-to-cell signaling. It also conducts the hydration to get to every single cell that it needs to reach. And for your fascia to stay healthy, you gotta move. So, the water that we carry is the blood of Mother Earth. There is no difference between the waters inside of us and the waters outside of us. We must collectively remember this. Because within 5 minutes of drinking water, it becomes your blood. Within 5 minutes, it becomes your blood. So naturally, water comes from the ground, and your blood is bestowed to you by the Mother Earth. But in our current paradigm, we have all of these surrogate stand-ins between ourselves and the source. So just like churches and priests have inserted themselves as spiritual stand-ins between humans and God, the source of our spiritual life, now we have corporate and municipal surrogate stand-ins between ourselves and the source of our physical life. Now, in this system, we buy our own blood. Think about that. We buy our blood. It's this strange slave-like paradigm where we either pay the city government for water to make our blood, or we pay corporations for our bloodstream by buying bottled water at the store. But let's not forget, water comes from the earth, and we can make ourselves of the very highest quality water, literally the cleanest and most intelligent substance on the planet. Now, we evolved from creatures that lived in the sea, and we've, of course, adapted to carry the Earth's oceans within us as our own bloodstreams, but this life on dry land has led us to forget that we are primarily still aquatic life forms. In fact, human fetuses still have gill slit structures as they develop in the internal oceans of the womb. And amniotic fluid mirrors the mineral composition of the ocean exactly. The electrolyte ratios of your blood plasma is an exact mirror of ocean water. Same ratios of calcium, carbonic acid, chloride, phosphoric acid, sulfur, sodium, potassium, magnesium. The main difference is just being that blood plasma also contains some protein and ions. And your cerebrospinal fluid is only one single molecule different from seawater. You are a drop of the ocean. So it's really the state of your extracellular matrix that runs your inner ecosystem and regulates your immune response. In fact, Nobel laureate Dr. Alexis Carrel demonstrated that cells can live almost indefinitely when kept in an optimal environment, and his research showed that the cell is immortal. It's only the fluid surrounding the cell that degenerates. And he was able to keep heart tissue alive in the lab for over 30 years by immersing it in an oceanic environment of marine plasma. Now think about it, it makes sense, right? All of life for 2 to 4 billion years of evolution existed only in the ocean. Even before Pangaea, the first landmass, there was Panthalassa, where the entire Earth was covered in oceans. Humans have only been around in our current form, according to the standard narrative of science, for about 200,000 years. But for 2 billion years, 2 to 4 billion years, all of life was oceanic. The whole structure, function, and design of life is based on the aquatic environment. The ocean is life's terrain. And as René Canton said, the only way that life was able to eventually leave the ocean was by adapting to carry the Earth's oceans inside of our bodies. The Earth's oceans contain the blueprint for life, and they are a storehouse of genetic information arcing back to the primordial soup. So we spend a lot of time making sure that the food we eat is of the highest quality, right? Making sure that it is organic, farm to table, biodynamic, gluten-free, expensive, etc., etc. But here's a bold truth. The water that we make ourselves of is more important than the food that we eat. Now, this is coming from a nutritionist. My background is as a nutritionist and a health coach originally. So of course, the food that we eat is so important and it determines so much of the quality of our lives. But let me tell you right now, the water that you make yourself of is far more important because, yes, we are 2/3 or 70% water by volume, but molecularly, we're 99% water molecules. So there's an analogy I really like here. You can think of your body as like a fish tank, like an aquarium sort of, that's held in skin, because you are a container of 99% water. And as we've seen, that water within you is an exact mirror of the ocean. So in this analogy, the fish are your cells. Now imagine you're feeding those fish really, really high quality fish flakes, but you got swag, stagnant water in there. Well, those fish are not going to last for very long. But imagine that you have extremely high quality, vibrant water in the tank, but the flakes that you feed them are just so-so. Well, those fish are still going to thrive pretty well, right? So our bodies, again, are mirrors of the earth. We are each 70% water by volume, and so is the earth. And stewarding the hydrological cycles of the earth is absolutely key for environmental sustainability, just like stewarding our internal hydrological cycles is key to health. So let's take a look at the greater overview of the earth and the earth's hydrological cycles as a whole. Let's take a step back here for a minute. How do we treat liquid life? How do we treat water? Because when we treat water inhumanely, water disappears. We're seeing this on a grand scale. And by objectifying and commodifying water, we are creating these conditions of scarcity, whereas in nature there is no inherent scarcity. We need to honor the water that we're made of. But instead, how do we treat it? Well, we shit in it and we piss in it and we use it as a carrier for chemicals and insecticides like pesticides and chemical weapons. We would never treat any living creature in this way. It would be inhumane, right? It would be illegal. But yet we treat the physical embodiment of life itself in this way. So with this kind of treatment, it's no wonder that water is disappearing, and it will continue to disappear as long as we treat it as an inanimate object. In the year 2050, it's estimated that 1 in every 2 people will not have access to clean water. That's in only 30 years. That's half the population. That is super soon. In fact, if you watch the stock markets, you can see a trend where the top % of wealthy people in the world are investing heavily in water privatization. They're snapping up water rights, they're investing in desalination plants, they're trying to capitalize on this arid, desertified future. And for as often as we hear about Syria in the news, what you nearly never hear is that originally this was fundamentally an issue of desertification. There was such a drought that people could no longer live and farm on their land, so it created so many refugees and a fight over arable land and resources. So many people were displaced by the drought. And this happens all the time. The same thing happened in Darfur. And these kinds of conflicts are always played out to be, or made out to be by the media, religious and ethnic conflicts. But more often than not, drought and water scarcity are at their core. Now, I'm sorry, but this is a preview of what's to come, because the earth is desertifying really quickly. And there are currently 10 times more people who die each year from lack of access to clean water than there are who die from war. That's 1,000% more people dying without water than from war. Now, Victor Schauberger predicted this. In the late 1800s, he saw the way that water was being treated, and he laid out all of the consequences that he could foresee happening in the future, right down to global warming and climate change. Of course, all of this is coming to pass now, but he also laid out how to change and prevent it from happening, because water is capable of anything. So let's explore a little bit of what a world would look like in which the highest expression of water is facilitated. What would it be like on the planet if we implemented some of Schauberger's and other scientists' discoveries? Because not only is water life, water is also peace. Water is prosperity, and right relations with water can foster cooperation and equality, creating peace on earth more quickly and more effectively than anything else. So what's possible? Well, the possibilities are endless. First, there would be fewer natural disasters. So scientists have found that when large quantities of water are unstructured and exposed to negative imprinting, they behave in erratic ways. Hydrologists call it aggressive water or aggressive solvents. It basically results in an increase in typhoons and cyclones and tsunamis, just like we've been seeing over the last decade. Now, all of this could be mitigated if the world's waters were treated differently. Even flooding would vastly decrease if rivers were allowed to take their natural meandering course. But all over the world, waterways have been artificially shifted to be made more straight. Because in the Western mind, right, the shortest distance from point A to point B is a straight line, but that's not how nature works. When water moves in a straight line, sediment builds up, and then it's more prone to flooding its banks. When water moves naturally, it actually moves more quickly because it meanders. It creates a spiral within the stream, and the spiral flow of water prevents sedimentation. There's more room for vegetation on the banks, which prevents flooding, etc., etc. The next possibility, and again, there are just infinite possibilities, I'm just going to touch on a few here, is that agriculture would be completely transformed. So 20 to 50% less water is needed when you're using structured water, and the plants end up having about 600% more photon radiation, which is the energy that can be measured in EKG and seen in Kirlian photographs. They also end up having a lot more nutrient density, more vitamins. You don't need fertilizers and pesticides in vegetation that's sprayed with this kind of water. And another cutting-edge water discovery right now is that depending on what bandwidth of the light spectrum you expose water to, it can actually increase its inherent levels of certain minerals in plants. So, for example, if you expose water to green light, it'll create more nitrogen in the plants. If you expose water to yellow light, they're going to have more magnesium, more calcium with orange light, etc., etc. So you can really nourish the soil or nourish the plants directly according to your needs as an agriculturalist. Really effective in hydroponics especially. Then we could put an end to world hunger. So Schauberger discovered the means by which water actually creates and regenerates itself. This is called primary water. It has to do with the freedom and stability of the hydrogen atoms, whether they form a 104 or 109 degree bond. Now, hydrogen literally means, in Latin, hydro means water, of course, and gen means creative or creating. So hydrogen literally means creation of water, and hydrogen creates water under the right circumstances. Just like any living being, water is fully capable of reproducing. Now, this is a groundbreaking and paradigm-shifting discovery. Desertified areas could become lush food forests, and food would be able to be grown just about anywhere. We could end world hunger if we understand and optimize the potential of water. Now, another thing is that if the pipes used to transfer water were switched to those with spiral striations on the inside of them, we could passively harvest energy from them. Now, you can actually get pipes like this. It's not just a pipe dream, pardon the terrible pun, but if you are a homeowner and you want to switch all of the pipes in your house to those that could create high-quality water, you can go to alivewater.com and you can actually add them to your shower head or replace the pipes underneath your house. Now, I have a discount code for you that you can find in the resources section. It's a free download on my website, so you can get a good deal on them. But anyways, in general, if we were to shift this on the larger scale infrastructure in general, there would be no need for electricity to power or pump water because the water flowing through a spiral enclosure experiences less resistance as the velocity is increased. It's a mathematical constant. And so at some points it can even get down to less than zero resistance, which means it's generating energy. So not only would you not need to use electricity to pump water through city infrastructures, but you could actually passively harvest energy and electricity from the plumbing itself. A city's plumbing infrastructure could power its entire electrical grid, and the water wouldn't need to be treated because no bacteria can grow in that kind of water when it's spiraling. So Gerald Pollack has actually discovered that structured water, or what he calls exclusionary zone water, has a negative charge, while bulk water has a positive charge. So this is just one of the ways in which water can create free energy. If you were to put a diode into each of those layers, you've created a battery. Free energy generation right there, but it's not the only way that water can generate free energy. So again, when water is in a vortex, like we talked about, it can reach such high velocities that it has less than zero resistance, meaning it's actually generating energy. So, of course, this is one of the reasons why water carriers, or water wisdom carriers, have been so persecuted in the past, because it really doesn't serve the status quo to have free energy available to all people through an easily accessible and self-regenerating resource. But water is the foundation of all life and abundance on this planet. It is the capital of capital. One of Schauberger's most incredible discoveries is that nature actually has two fundamental movements. One which it uses when decomposing and biodegrading, when things die and decay, and that's the more masculine force of energy. It radiates outward, it's explosive. Now, incidentally, this is the energy principle that all of human technology is currently based on. It employs this outwardly radiating, explosive, warming energy. Now, it's effective, but it wastes a lot of energy. It's very destructive. So, considering that this is what all of human technology is based on right now, is it any wonder that our technology is destructive to the planet? Versus the energy that nature uses when she wants to create, enliven, grow, nourish, then she creates an implosive spiral, and rather than explosive radiating outward in a linear way, instead the energy radiates inward upon itself. Like a vortex spiraling inward, it generates more energy, it's cooling. So this is how nature never gets tired. It endlessly generates infinite free energy through this implosive principle. So if human beings were to take a 180-degree turn and switch the principle that our technology is based on from explosive to implosive, not only could everything run on free energy, but it would also be an alliance with nature. It would foster balance and harmony with nature instead of being destructive to it. Now, when I really started studying this and came to understand its deeper implications, it's really one of the most profound things I've ever learned in my life. So I highly recommend studying Schauberger's work and looking into that more deeply. Now, another possibility would be space and time travel. Now, stay with me here because I'm serious. I know it sounds outlandish, but space and time travel. So, vortexes are what nature uses to bring in raw energy for use in the creative process. And in the center of a vortex, there's theoretically infinite velocity. So, there's a book called Vortex, The Key to Future Science, which explores the possibility that the speed of light is only the fastest speed possible here in the third dimensional reality. But when you have a vortex with faster than the speed of light, infinite velocity at the center, it can pierce through the space-time continuum. Amazing, right? So another possibility is levitation and weightlessness. So vortexes actually create ormus elements. They uplift electrolytes and minerals into their ormus state, and because they are mono and diatomic, they're extremely light, and they work based on the Meissner principle in opposition to electromagnetic gravitational forces on the planet. In other words, they can levitate. They can rise the same way that water rises in opposition to gravity in the tallest of trees, the same way that water rises up from an aquifer to reach the surface of a spring, the same way that salmon are able to use the vortexes in a stream to swim upstream or to jump over a waterfall, seemingly flying in opposition to gravity. In fact, Victor Schauberger actually created a flying machine. Now, of course, most all of his writings and drawings were confiscated after his death, but some people have been able to reproduce some of his prototypes that were confiscated. So, really interesting work there. Another possibility is foresight and predictive capabilities. So there are already scientists in the world who are using water to predict solar flares and sunspot activity up to a week beforehand. So water knows when that's about to happen. It's, again, scientifically validated, already in use in a lot of labs. It can also predict earthquakes. And I think so far in this capacity, we're really only scratching the surface of water's predictive capabilities, its ability to communicate information across space and time. So we've talked about how it can store information, right? But I feel like that terminology makes it sound a bit like a computer, like an inanimate object. More accurately, I believe that water is a vibrantly intelligent and timeless being who's here to teach us, who has access to all wisdom in the universe through the Akashic field, through the quantum field, through the ethers. Now, when Victor Schauberger went to a river to contemplate, he said that the water gave him ideas, insights, visions, inventions. He also had a practice where he would send his consciousness downstream, flowing with the water, and when his consciousness returned to him on the waters, water had imbued it with information. Now, we see similar practices cross-culturally in so many ancient traditions. There's this practice known as hydromancy, which is divination through water. And there are a lot of different ways that this was practiced throughout history. For example, Nostradamus received all of his predictions for the future by staring into a bowl of water. Or the Kogi of Colombia, they use a practice of hydromancy where they drop beads into a gourd full of water and they read the bubbles that come up from it. Also, the oracle at Delphi would inhale the steam vapors from a cleft of rock at the Cosotus spring, and by breathing in those waters, it would open her to certain forms of divination. We see this in so many different cultures, and again, I think we're really only just scratching the surface of water's predictive capabilities in this way, because water is ancient and water remembers. So, another thing would be remote communication. So even at 100,000 kilometers, you can still imprint water with extremely subtle energies through quantum coherence that we talked about earlier, through transference. So water can communicate with other water molecules at vast distances, even over small distances. So if you were to put two glasses of water together and one is really high quality crystalline water and the other is not, the better quality will imprint on the lesser quality. And there's a theory that ESP, or extrasensory perception, psychic capabilities, might just be a function of the highly structured water that surrounds one person's brain, this highly structured cerebral spinal fluid, acting with this quantum coherence principle, communicating with the water surrounding another person's brain. That ESP might not actually be a function of neurons firing at all. Interesting, right? So another possibility is extreme health and longevity and vitality. So imagine if all water in the world was capable of the same healing capacities of the water from Bernadette's Grotto in Lourdes, France. So that water is world famous for its healing properties. People make pilgrimages to visit it from all over the world. There have been 66 scientifically documented and proven cases of miracle healings from that water, and of course thousands upon thousands of anecdotal, unproven stories that have been collected over the centuries. There are other springs with similar capabilities. There's one in Nadana, India. There's one in Tlacote, Mexico. And really, all water has this potential. The more we look into it, the more we see that it's likely not only a function of its structure, but also its hydrogen capacity and various other factors. But again, science is only scratching the surface of this. The point is that all water has this potential, and healing could be a daily occurrence. Now, mental and emotional health. This is what I'm really passionate about because water corresponds exactly to your psyche, and your mind rests in a pool of water and is nourished by that either living or not so living substance, that either crystalline, structured, or not so crystalline water. And when I began to first drink fresh living water, not only did my communication become clearer, but my emotions became more easeful and stress had a way of just sliding off my back. My thinking was clearer and less cluttered. It really transformed my way of being in the world on subtle but profound ways. Now, according to Jungian symbolism, which is the study of the patterns within the collective consciousness, water equates to your emotions and to your mental state. Now, the research linking hydration and mental health is staggering. And again, this topic is just dear to my heart because countless people suffer unnecessarily just by a lack of understanding that, one, your brain is 80% water and it requires adequate hydration just to function normally and excess hydration to function optimally. And two, the vast majority of the population is chronically dehydrated. And three, chemistry only makes up 20% of brain function. The other 80% is electrical activity conducted by the water of your cerebrospinal fluid. But the pharmaceutical industry only addresses that 20% neurochemical factor. But there is a better way. And no, it's not just the simple adage of drink 8 glasses a day, because hydration is a lot more nuanced than that. Because if you're not drinking the right kind of water or your body isn't optimized to absorb it well enough, then you're just going to pee it out anyway. But as bodies of water, healing hydration is the most potent form of medicine that we can learn to practice. So if you or someone that you love has ever suffered from stress, depression, anxiety, ADHD, dementia, chronic fatigue, etc., I really encourage you to study more about the link between hydration and mental emotional health. I'm actually working on creating a book about this that should be available hopefully within the next few months or by the end of the year. So, what do we do with this new understanding? Given these capabilities of water, the living liquid crystal, it's really no wonder that water research has been censored throughout history, right? Is it any wonder that we are all brought up believing that water is just as boring as dust? No, because realizing its power would destabilize everything. It would empower every living being who is made of water. So it's really up to each one of us to spread this wisdom and to break that censorship and to change the world together. So now is our opportunity to play a higher role, to serve a higher purpose, and to be of service to the source of life itself. So here's the most useful part of today's workshop. Whip out your pens and pencils again, because now we're going to talk about what each of us individually can do to raise the vibration of water on this planet. What are our action steps? So the first thing that I would say we can do is to read about Victor Schauberg and really get to know his work. It can be kind of difficult to plod through sometimes because it was written over a century ago in very technical terms and translated from Austrian, so the wording is dense. Sometimes you have to read each paragraph 2 or 3 times, but it's really worth the time. He discovered the blueprints and patterns of nature, and it's only through nature's wisdom that humanity will get ourselves out of this mire that colonial patriarchy and blind faith in technology have dug ourselves into. So please learn and spread his work. Next would be to support water protectors. Be an activist. Stand against fracking and pipelines. Get engaged with local activism groups that attend anti-fracking hearings at your local city hall. Join your local watershed association. Attend meetings of your state's water conservation board, usually a division of the Department of Natural Resources. You can stay up to date on pipeline politics. You know, the North Dakota Access Pipeline got a lot of press, but it was installed regardless. And of course, there have already been so many leaks there from the Dakota Access Pipeline. But there are currently 97 other areas in the U.S. that are fighting similar pipelines. But of course, there's no more media attention. So most people are completely unaware of these 97 other pipelines about to be installed. Destruction of water resources is a form of terrorism. Denying poor people access to water by privatizing water distribution is also terrorism. Now, there is a growing grassroots counterterrorism initiative of people fighting for their rights and a mass mobilization of water warriors around the world. I have a video and a blog on my site with specific things you can do as an activist and guardian to really make a difference, because it matters now more than ever. Right now, we are at the crux of a legal question that will set the precedent in history. We are at the crux in this moment historically. Is water a legally protected human right or not? Is it just a commodity to be bought and sold by those who can afford it? Now, there are some very powerful forces at the helm of the privatization movement that want to have the laws permanently changed to state that water is not a human right, that it is only a human need, which means that if you can afford to buy water, you have the right to live. If you cannot afford to buy water, you have the right to die. And this is already the case so many places in the world. Currently, 1 out of every 3 human beings on the planet has no access to clean drinking water as a direct result of water privatization. Because we don't need gold or oil to survive, but we each need water. And by the capitalist laws of supply and demand, that makes blue gold infinitely more valuable than black gold. The most powerful and wealthy people in the world have realized this, and they're capitalizing on it. And we, this generation, right now, we will be the determining factor as to what the rest of the future of human history and ecosystems will look like in terms of their relationship with water, with the source of life, depending on which direction this privatization question is answered. So we need to be very involved in this, as though our very lives depend on it, because they do. Next, I recommend that we each get involved in protecting Indigenous people and uncontacted tribes, because water theft happens all over the world to Indigenous people on a daily basis, and they don't get the press that they deserve. Now, most often, it's Indigenous communities suffering from eminent domain, having their water sources poisoned. They need our voices to stand with them. Also, those who were present fighting to protect water in North Dakota, they can still use your help. A lot of them still have legal fees to cover. There's a nonprofit called the Lakota People's Law Project. You can find them at lakotalaw.org, where you can support them and help with their legal fees. It's really heartbreaking. You know, Indigenous people are the original water protectors and stewards. They carry wisdom, legends, understanding, and relationships with nature that are legacies for all humanity and for all life. And so it's really up to us as humans to honor those legacies. Now, one of my favorite foundations to support Indigenous people is called Survival International. So look into them. The next possibility, and possibly the easiest thing that you could do, would be to just love your water. Now, I know it sounds really simple, but you now know that water, like we talked about earlier, is primarily an effect of love itself, right? It's only because hydrogen and oxygen love each other through this electrostatic bond that water is even possible. So water really responds to love, and once it experiences this love from us, it changes its function. It acts energetically to spread more love in the world when it has been loved. Now, Dr. Masaru Emoto said that the following phrase is one of the best things that you can say to water. You say, "Water, I love you, I thank you, and I respect you." Another thing is to dig water retention ponds to prevent runoff. Now, we didn't get really deeply into the ecology of desertification today, but suffice it to say, just dig holes. There has been so much deforestation that water just kind of runs off into the ocean now to become salt water, and so it has a little chance to seep into the ground and get into the aquifer to do the whole second part of the hydrological cycle. Now, we can help with that by simply just digging water retention ponds. So if you are a landowner or if you want to go out onto the BLM and do it, it's simple. You just dig big holes. It's pretty simple, but it really helps the water to seep in and to have more time to penetrate the soil. In fact, you can actually get in touch with your local watershed association and volunteer with them. They may even already have initiatives like this in place. So another thing we can all do is to visit and protect our local springs. Now, a lot of springs have dried up due to deforestation or development or just simply being paved over. But back in the day, when it was common practice for people to get their water from springs, a lot of times they would build hexagonal well houses above the spring. Even now, you might notice that a lot of buildings built around springs are in the shape of a hexagon. It helps to preserve the health of the water. So you can build a well house around springs that you know of, or just generally protect them, keep them shaded, steward them. Springs are our birthright, and there used to be a ton more springs than there are now, but there are still a lot, so we need to protect them for future generations. Tell your friends about them. Tell your friends where the springs are. Create some culture, some community around visiting springs. It's really like visiting church. You're there at the source of life, or it's like going to the spa. When you're there, you're automatically breathing in more ormus elements, more negatively charged ions. Even if you don't even drink the water, it's a healing place to be. So the next thing that we can all do is consider being a water carrier for your community. Consider going on pilgrimage to collect this vibrant, vital source of life and bring it back to your clan. So you can fill up a van with several 6-gallon carboys, even if you have to drive an hour or two to do it. I mean, who doesn't drive an hour or two to go to the airport, right? It is a sacred charge, and you are healing up and blessing your whole community by doing that. Now, some of you are going to take on this practice, this service, and that is amazing. I really honor you. Many people also take on the practice of carrying blessed waters, or what the Celts called wished waters. So this is where you collect water from different sacred water sources that you visit, and it's not for drinking, it's more for prayer and ceremony. You can gather water from sites around the world and share and spread and commingle it with other waters from around the world. You carry this vial or this jar with you, and you imbue your prayers into it, and those prayers, again, because of the quantum coherence principle, they touch all of the water sources that water was gathered from. And everywhere you visit, you can share with other water carriers that you meet, joining together the disparate corners of the earth in these little bottles of liquid prayer that carry your intentions into the collective hydrological cycle of the planet. One of my favorite things about being a water carrier is all the other water carriers you meet and commingling the waters together and being able to tell stories together, like, oh yeah, and this how this has water from here and from there, and here are the stories of where I collected the water from and the ceremonies that this water has been in, and it's really a way of not only linking the waters, but really linking people and community as well. So another thing that we can all take on, and this is mostly for women, but of course men can do it too, but women especially, sing to water. So this is one of the most common indigenous practices and beliefs throughout the world and throughout history, that it's the duty of women, the sacred responsibility of those who identify with the feminine, to sing with water, to sing about water, to sing to water. A lot of the indigenous ancient water songs are on the verge of being lost, and countless of them have already been lost. So it's really up to us to keep them alive and to create new ones. The effects of sound vibration, specifically the human voice, on the structure and function of water is profound. The Russians have done a lot of really interesting research into this, and all of the ancients had an innate understanding of this. So it's one of the ways of cultivating a deeper communion with the essence of life, and personally I believe that any meaningful change has to start with that primary personal relationship, that fundamental communion. So another thing we can do is be proactive about this water wisdom. You can be a proactive water rogue in the world. You can bless up your water. vortex it, magnetize it, ormus it, deplete the deuterium, enrich the hydrogen, get it as high quality, supercharged, super water as possible, and then go out to your municipal water supply, reservoir, rivers, lakes, streams, and just put a little bit of that water that you made really high quality into the larger body of water. Because like we talked about with transference, the larger body of water will respond even to the smallest amounts of the higher quality water. And you can have a pretty big impact and effect in that way. It seems small, it might seem like hocus pocus, but the science is there, and if your faith and your practice are there as well, you can move mountains. Another thing you can do is to invest in companies that are really making a difference. Now, some of you guys are philanthropists, and there are a lot of companies that claim to be doing good water work, but it's mostly just greenwashing, or in this case, maybe blue washing. They're still exploiting explosive technologies, still supporting privatization efforts, or investing in dirty desalination. So really look into the enormous investment potential of water right now. Because of this impending desertification, it's really a great place to put your money, potentially really high returns. Any of the companies listed in the resource guide of the PDF resource download on my website are companies that are doing really great things. There are a lot out there. Just do some research. Amazing nonprofits out there too, like those that are fighting to actually give legal rights to bodies of water. So we vote with our dollars, right? You guys all know this. So let's start funneling some of our dollars into supporting water work around the world. The next thing we can do is to hydrate. So this is the very last and most important thing that I can recommend. Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. If our bodies are smaller holographic projections of the Earth's larger whole, then our chronic and epidemic levels of dehydration are partially contributing to the Earth's desertification, and vice versa. So we need to hydrate now more than ever, not just for our own sake, but on behalf of everyone, to affirm a more hydrated world. There's a book called Your Body's Many Cries for Water. You're not sick, you're thirsty. And really all of the books of Dr. Batman-Gelage, it traces almost all disease back to dehydration at their root. Really fascinating research here. And it's something that we can really change. So if you're using really good high quality water, you don't even need to drink as much water because it's inherently more hydrating. But if you're drinking lower quality water, then you really need to drink a lot more. So when you're born, you're about 75% water. But by the time you're an elder, you're only about 50% water. Now, this isn't necessarily because we're drinking less water, but our bodies lose the ability to absorb and retain it. Now, you might not realize it because maybe you don't feel thirsty, but the body possesses many disguised thirst signals, and a lot of the signs of severe long-term dehydration are mistakenly seen as symptoms of disease. I mean, consider this. When someone goes to the hospital or is picked up by an ambulance, what's the first thing they give them? An IV drip, right? Well, what's that? It's just saline. Well, what's saline? It's just salt and water. Literally just mineralized water. The first thing that they do is to hydrate the person. It is your most primal need. And when we ignore that need, it manifests as a symptom, as a host of symptoms of diseases. Nearly all diseases can be traced back to the effects of dehydration or the destructuring of the body's 99% water molecules. But instead of hydrating these aquatic bodies, Western medicine treats thirst with medication. Let me say that again. We're busy treating thirst with medication. This is the failing of modern medicine. So the early symptoms of dehydration can include fatigue, anxiety, irritability, depression, cravings, cramps, headaches, mood swings, brain fog, trouble concentrating, sweaty, smelly body odor, stubborn weight gain, skin issues, and so much more. Advanced, more mature symptoms of dehydration can include heartburn, joint pain, back pain, migraines, fibromyalgia, constipation, colitis or ulcers, asthma and allergies, high cholesterol and angina, autoimmune disorders, and so much more. So it's really time to take our hydration into our own hands and reclaim the empowerment that comes with recognizing that we are each bodies of water. So for a quick, super simple, free Quench Your Thirst guide, you can head over to my website. It's just a simple overview of a few key hydration hacks that I recommend that will get you started, some basics. And then if you want to dive a little deeper and learn the differences between distilled, bottled tap water, reverse osmosis, alkaline, spring water, etc., and how each one affects your body and your mind very differently. I have a brand new e-course for you. It's just 10 to 20 minutes a day. It only costs as much as 1 bottle of water per day for 7 days, only $33. If you've been hit hard by the corona crisis, reach out to me personally. I've got a discount code for you. I recognize we're in wonky times right now, but for most people, it just costs as much as a bottle of water a day for 7 days, and you can empower your hydration strategies for the rest of your life. Now, we all have varied levels of access to water, and we're all just doing the best we can with what we have, with where we're at, but we do need a strategy. We need to be making baby steps in a good direction because we're post-Fukushima, we're post-nuclear fallout, we're mid-fracking. We all need a strategy. We need to develop our water sovereignty. We live in a time that we can no longer just trust that good quality, clean water will be provided for us, or even that it will be easy to find. But it's so empowering to secure good water for yourself and your family. So not all water is equal. We're going to explore how the different kinds of water affect us differently in mind and in body. We're going to find out where to find the highest quality water anywhere in the world for free. We'll learn tips, techniques, and tools and strategies to uplift and revive any kind of water. Even if you don't have access to the highest quality water in the moment, you'll learn how to uplift and revive whatever water you do have access to. You'll learn how to biohack your lifestyle to optimize hydration, because your lifestyle habits have just as much effect on your hydration as how much water you drink. And we'll find out the simple actions that you can take to make sure that you're actually absorbing each drop you drink, how to optimize your body so that it's absorbent and the water is actually getting into the cells where it needs to go. And we'll also go over a bunch of surprise bonus material too, some surprises in there for you. So I hope you'll join us. Again, you can find those links at my website. Now, I just want to finish by saying that water is a solvent, right? It dissolves things. So when you have a problem and you want to solve it, we call that a solution. And when you solve or dissolve something into water, we also call that a solution, right? Now, I believe that water can be the solution to solving or dissolving the world's problems, and we can all be a part of that solution, because water is life. When the esoteric quality of life itself wants to take physical form, it incarnates through the body of water. And if any physical being is alive, it is alive because it has that physical life force flowing through it, because it is imbued with this incredible living liquid crystal. Now, hydrogen is the most abundant substance in the entire universe. So we are literally swimming through a universe of potential water. Now, we all know that water is life, and I believe that we can also say life is water, and maybe each one of us is just a unique cymatic expression of that water. We are each a pattern of water. So again, thank you all so much for the honor of your time and your attention. Thank you for your presence. It's really been my privilege and my joy to get to share this with you. I hope you'll continue learning and continue hydrating. Please join us in our private Bodies of Water Facebook group so we can continue this discussion. You can share your hydration strategies and insights and ask any questions that you might have. I'm always here to answer any water questions that may arise for you. And if you want to check out some of the references to studies and information and articles that we linked, that we discussed in this webinar, you can go ahead and take a screenshot of this page right here, and or I can send it to you if you reach out personally. I know it's not the easiest format to click. Anyway, thank you again so much, and I look forward to hearing from you. I hope you have a beautiful day. Stay blessed and stay hydrated.
Welcome back, Harmonizers and Earth Stalkers. Thank you so much for joining us on this powerful day. I hope you are enjoying what we have been bringing on the stage so far. And thank you so much, Isabel Friend, for that powerful webinar talk on a living liquid crystal and really how we can take water to the highest of levels and ascend our waters. So thank you so much, Isabel. And if you've been enjoying all these talks today so far, we hope you can help support some of our artists and speakers by donating at paypal.me/harmonizing humanity. And up next, I would love and I'm honored to welcome to the stage this piece on world water law.
The World Water Law. We, citizens of Earth, call for and commit to working together to ensure that a binding international law is put in place for the immediate and universal protection of all water as the first vital step towards global cooperation for effective worldwide social and ecological healing. The World Water Law requires the uncompromising protection and restoration of all natural water sources, watersheds, aquifers, rivers, lakes, wetlands, estuaries, and oceans, the rewilding of ecosystems necessary for the restoration of the planetary water cycle, and the guaranteed free access of all humans and animals to natural, uncontaminated water. The World Water Law holds all governments, corporations, communities, and individuals fully accountable for their impact on all waters everywhere. This one law serves as a unifying foundation for all governments and citizens to work together with community-led wisdom and stewardship councils in ways that effectively serve the health and vitality of the whole. This global initiative honors the many water guardians around the world who have dedicated their lives to the protection and reverence of water on behalf of all of life.
World Water Law and World Water Year 2021. Water is the source, sustenance, and medicine of all life. Nature generously offers this essential gift of life to all living things, all living beings, without privilege or prejudice. However, modern society and the systems that govern our lives have come to normalize and legitimize the ownership, the commodification, and the devastating destruction of nature. The waters on which all life depends are being severely tampered with and exploited by humans, causing immense suffering and disease, and threatening the continuation of life as we know it.
The desecration and contamination of water is a global plague that is enabled by the current legal system. This legal system has forsaken nature to prioritize political and corporate interests that justify the destruction of natural ecosystems. The unscrupulous exploitation and pollution of water cannot be addressed effectively law by law, leader by leader, or country by country. How we treat our water locally has global impact. Water knows no boundaries.
Therefore, it is essential that we, as citizens of this earth, work together across countries and cultures to nurture respect for water and to realign the human-made legal system with the laws of nature. The proposal for a World Water Law is a citizen-led initiative that calls for and works towards a binding international agreement to ensure the immediate protection and restoration of the planetary waters and the planetary water cycle, and the free access for all humans and animals to natural uncontaminated water. It holds all governments, corporations, groups, and individuals accountable for their impact on all waters everywhere.
The World Water Law movement invites citizens from around the world to unite for life and to dedicate 2021 to the global implementation of the World Water Law. During World Water Year 2021, we will focus our collective energy on healing our relationship with nature, building our individual and collective immune systems, and co-creating new and healthy ways of organizing ourselves as a species. The World Water Law is the first global initiative of Codes for a Healthy Earth, For more information, please visit www.codes.earth/water law.
I am water. You are water. We are water. We are one. Rising with the tide we gather to protect our fluid source, birthing, nourishing, cleansing, healing, nature's loving sacred force. I am water. You are water. We are water. We are one. Endless drops of loving living. For all life we now unite, serving, listening, learning, giving, honoring the liquid light. I am water. You are water. We are water. We are one. Let us heal our loving source, honoring her loving force. We rise together with the tide. Water's law now must preside. I am water. You are water. We are water. We are one. With all of life we now unite, honoring the liquid light. We are water.
Next up, we want to introduce our brother from waternow.us. Karuna is the founder, and with this amazing organization, they have provided clean drinking water for over 33,000 people, and their projects extend up to 11 countries worldwide. They provide the knowledge, technology, and the way forward to a new living paradigm. They envision empowered people, clean water for all, and new green prints that are environmentally friendly and economically beneficial. Their amazing Water Now music video will play next. Let's watch it together.
Grateful within our hearts as we sit here singing praise. Grateful within our hearts as we sit here singing praise. In this humble sacred way, looking forward to the new day as the dawn breaks away.
As we dream and the song comes through, keep us clean, feel the water rushing over you. Clouds are parting and the sun shines through. Grateful in our hearts and staying true. New, it's a new day, deep, deep. Now we can say it's a dream, but we stay awake. Hit the water drum, it's time to pray.
Grateful within our hearts as we sit here singing praise. Grateful within our hearts as we sit here singing
within a metaphor, doors to my origin. Dream awake, liquid state from my core, watch it pour it in. Score a soundtrack when I'm walking out back. Moonlit tune hits flashback. Bass hitting like a heartbeat. Foreshadow what I foresee. Water falling down till I come clean.
Water falling down till I come clean.
Ain't sleeping but I'm in a dream. More places for the spaces in between. It's all frames on the screen. Depicted with them ripping till the spirit intervenes. Lifted up, right what's wrong. Give while I riff, write this song. Peace and product when we spin the wheel. So melodic we beginning to feel.
Grateful within our hearts as we sit here singing praise. Grateful within our hearts as we sit here singing praise. In this humble sacred way, looking forward to the new day as the dawn breaks away. Count the windy heart, you're enough. 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 Walk out, talk, hope you lie alone. Hey, you wanna know. Hey, you wanna hope we know when you want.
Thank you so much for listening to this video. We're very excited and humbled to work with Tap to Flow 24 and the Dene community to help bring this water project into inspired, meaningful action. Your generous contributions will make all the difference in the world. Every drop counts. Thank you very much. We're so blessed. It's an amazing opportunity. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Harmonizing Water stage. As you know, the focus of today has been about water, because water is life. And one big thing we're wanting to raise awareness for with this stage of ours and this event in general, which is helping support the Water Protector Tour, is we're raising awareness for a in-person gathering at the end of September to join together at Mount Shasta to do somewhat like a standing rock to help protect the headwaters of California, which have been getting depleted by some of these major water corporations. So the date is going to be September 26th. Stay tuned for more information that's going to be released, where you can find out through the Water Protector Tour and Earthstock and harmonizinghumanity.org, where we're going to be sharing more information on the details of this event. But we hope you can join us so we can come together and protect our waters.
Thank you all for being here. My name is Angie Rainbow G, and I am the founder of the Eco Rainbow Goddesses organization. We are the keepers of the earth and alchemists of heart, mind, body, and soul. Today we have a beautiful array of speakers that are going to be sharing their perspectives on water solutions for the world through the different lenses that they will present, connected to their own life experience and walk of life. So I would like to initiate with presenting Tess, who is an activist, a Greenpeace Gaia warrior, and she's also an associate producer of the Water Protection Tour and this beautiful Earthstock event. Tess, would you like to share with us some of what you're up to? Unmute yourself, Tess.
Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I'm super honored to be here with you all. Yeah, basically for the last 4 years, I've been an activist for Greenpeace. I've been very involved in some grassroots organizations in London doing direct action against fracking and deforestation and all things like that. And then I decided to create my own platform called Gaia Warriors, which is a channel and a show that's just basically allowing other projects that are doing good things for the planet to be shown, so people can be inspired by, you know, the good things that are going on in the world. We always just hear so much negativity. So I thought, why not create a channel and show all the positive things that are going on, you know, all the things that are going on behind the scenes, because it's not in the media. So I want to be a platform for all these amazing projects and inspire people to get involved and take action themselves. And I met Michael, who's doing the Water Protector Tour, and I was very much in alignment with what he's doing. You know, it's about a coalition with bringing nonprofits and the Indigenous community, who are the original water protectors, and basically uniting us all in a common cause. I think the one thing that we're all connected with is water. You know, it's the one thing we can all agree on, is we all want clean water. And so I've been working on it with him for about a year, and it's been so amazing, the things that we've been doing. It's about creating awareness through art, through music, through speakers and workshops, and then not only that, but doing direct action and taking things to legislation levels so we can actually, get some real change. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks.
Are you frozen, Angie? Might be. So I'll be the yeah, she dropped off. Tess, do you want to be the alternate moderator?
Yeah, sure. So next up, I'd like to introduce Elizabeth from Loving Waters. Elizabeth, if you could tell us a little bit about the project you're doing and what you've been up to, that would be really beautiful.
Yeah, thank you. I've been an activist since high school, back in the day, and have really followed a lot of different movements and initiatives, and still seen the relationship with our natural world degrade. And I realized that one of the things that was missing is really coming into sacred relationship, specifically with our water. And this has grown over the years. And so about in 2011, I went to Guinea, West Africa, and I came back realizing that something needed to be done, and I needed to find out what it was that was mine to do. And so I started creating the Water Awake Network and taking all sorts of conscious evolution training and peace ambassador training, and just casting my net very broadly to find what it was specifically that was mine to do. And what I found was that I kept coming back to water. Like, I tried to find the core of our relationships, our sacred relationships, and I landed on water. And the more I get involved in water activism, the more I realize that this is a truth. This is a core truth, is that all of life on Earth is the infinite creative expression of water. And without liquid water, Earth would resemble Mars. And so realizing that there's only one water on Earth, a lot of the water on the Earth is older than the sun. We are water. 99% of the number of molecules in our body are water molecules. So realizing that fundamental whole systems, transformational change from a permaculture perspective has to start with our water, our relationship with water. So with Loving Waters, about 6 years ago, I co-created a growing community of water stewards. I call us the Water Faithful, and that was Loving Waters. And our mission is very simple, and we keep it simple, which is just to remind humanity of our sacred relationship with water. And from that, all of we have a council of 7 people right now, and all of our council members all branch out and are able to reach into different areas. We have several, or 2 that are very specifically involved with Indigenous elders, and through Tribal Trust and through the White Otter Academy. And then another member is working with Tree Sisters, and another co-creator is Shelley Darling, and she's working with Good of the Whole and has created the Connection Field, which brings this teaching close to 24 hours a day online, so anybody can drop into the Connection Field at any time and receive soul care and connection and support. So that's that. And currently I'm working with La Foundation Aisha, which is a seed project to create a proof of concept for a greater organizational model I'm calling the Watershed Wisdom Institute and the Watershed Wisdom Councils, which are local, on the ground pods of like-minded souls working within the natural affinity to their watershed, and with the sole purpose, not the sole purpose, but the first initiative of the Great Planetary Water Cleanup. So I'm really very honored to be on this panel, and I look forward to hearing from everybody else and joining our genius.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for sharing that. It's been such an honor to have you on our Eco Rainbow Goddesses Council and to have the voice of water being represented. And we look forward to continuing to co-create with you. And we are so honored to also welcome Robert Saunders into the stage, who is also a co-producer of the Water Protection Tour and the Earth Stock Effect, as well as an activist of the Crush Nestle Alliance. And he has also been at it with crushing Monsanto. I can't wait to hear more about your work, Robert. Welcome to the stage.
Yeah, thank you. You can call me Bob. You know, it's like when I first got on Zoom several months ago, it kind of asked me whatever my name was for something. And so I put Robert, and then, but it's Bob, so that's okay. Either one is fine. Yeah, so anyway, I'm a longtime activist on social justice, civil rights, human rights, on many, many different things. But since we're talking about water, I'll just relate it to water and environmental things. Yeah, so as an outgrowth of Occupy that I was a part of was the Crunch Nestle Alliance and the Anti-Monsanto Project. And Crunch Nestle Alliance, we did direct action, and in Sacramento, which has a large, very large water bottling facility for Nestle's, and they ship most of the water bottles that are produced here and filled are sent to other parts of the country. I don't even want to go into that. It shows you clearly why this is such a ridiculous way of doing business and how extractive and negative it is. But anyway, so we shut them down 4 times. Every time we shut them down, we cost them $50,000. And by our second shutdown, we started getting calls from different news media across the United States. By a third shutdown, I was on the phone with somebody from the Swiss version of the Swiss edition of the Wall Street Journal. And he asked me a whole bunch of questions. We were on the phone for an hour. He interviewed me. And then I said, I have just 2 questions for you. And I said to him, what do you personally think of Nestle's? He said, I hate them. And I said, and what is your city where Nestle's is headquartered internationally? What do they think of them? And he said, they hate them. They're really bad citizens, corporate citizens, and bad neighbors. So, so that kind of, let me know pretty much of any place they sit, they are not good stewards of doing business in this type of environment whatsoever. And we know that they extract water, leave a town dry. They produce massive amounts of pollution. Every bottled water has some traces of arsenic in it and who knows what else, because the only rule is that the water look clear. And it could be ugly, murky looking stuff. You drop some mineral tablets in it, you clear it up, you could sell it. And so people don't really know what they're getting. And on the regarding Anti-Monsanto Project, we shut Monsanto down about 6 or 7 times out of 9 times trying. And in 2017, we were arrested. We had a sit-in basically and blockade. We went to court, and a friend of mine, when we were in jail, said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to, and I said, what's that? And he said, we're going to put Monsanto on trial. And I said to him, well, actually, we're going to do something else too. And he said, what's that? He said, we're going to put the First Amendment on trial. We're going to find out if we have a right to protest in this country or not. And we're going to have to win a court case to prove that we do. And well, we did. We won the court case. So I subpoenaed all the, 14 different sheriff's offices in Yolo County. The Monsanto plant there is the largest bio seed facility in the world. And Woodland is a very small town near Davis where University of California is. If you drove down that rural road, you wouldn't even know what it was. Now that Bayer owns it, there's not even really, there's an even smaller sign. You know, it says Bayer, you know, or somewhere else it says Bayer Monsanto. But anyway, these are just evil corporate people. I call them the Twin Towers of Evil because what they do is so egregious. In other parts of the world, they literally kill people who get in their way. Here, they haven't figured out a way how to get away with it yet. But all those things are so negative and so extractive and so destroyed our planet. And we need to come together in ways of figuring out how we can protect, preserve, you know, clean up, protect, preserve, and do things that speak towards sustainability, or you know, our planet is going to just keep dying, and we're going to have more outbreaks of viruses and more and more less rainfall, and rivers will fill up and flood, and just it causes such an ecological and systemic imbalance, and we're causing all of that stuff. I think the great tragedy or the end won't come in my lifetime, and probably any of ours, but it's out there. So if we don't do something to change things, nothing will change, and we will have to live with all the negative outcomes that exist. And that's why since Earth Day 1970, I've been fighting to change things. I took it as a mission call, as a clarion call, not as just a good idea. So, you know, and that's pretty much, and I take that same attitude with everything I do. One of my mottos is I follow the motto of chop wood, carry water. And wow. I was willing to roll up my sleeves and jump in. And Michael and I met on Earth Day almost 2 years ago. And he said, oh my God, I can't believe it. I was meant to meet you and meant to come to this to meet you. I go, I don't know about that. Tell me what you're working on and what you're interested in. He goes, no, these people at the table told me I should talk to you. I go, I don't know. You know, so anyway, we just hit it off and we were talking. And then by the time we were done, I said to him, I like your idea of the project, which was a water protected tour. And we would just started collaborating ever since. And I kind of told Michael, I think we should really call it the Sacramento River Watershed Project, because it's become, in a sense, such a comprehensive plan, and all these different water basins that flow into different areas and interconnect also allow us to work on in localities and regions to deal with those problems. So the Water Protected Tour essentially is a tour that goes around, we educate, we inform, we have either rally or roundtable meetings and indoor or outdoor events, sort of like Earthstock. The Sacramento River Watershed Project essentially is more of the umbrella. And there's an NID project going on that Michael and now we've got a filmmaker involved to film a trailer to start of what's going on with NID in the 2-3 counties that they work in. That falls under the umbrella of it. It's really not a water protected tour. That's why the name is perfect to deal with the watershed, because we already saw that we needed to enlarge it. So we started thinking years down the road, when the water protected tour was really supposed to be a 1-year project. So, and I said to Michael a couple of months ago, Michael, we're going to be doing this till the end of our days. And so he laughed and said, yep. You know, so yeah, and we fortunately met Tess, or she met us, or vice versa, last September when we were at the state capitol having a rally. And you know, we reach out. We've had a series of roundtable meetings. We reach out to indigenous tribes. They are a major part, and people of color are major parts of everything that we do. We don't marginalize anybody, nor do we leave anybody out. We are all part of it's one planet, and we bring everybody in. And we always ask wherever we go. if we see just a bunch of white faces there. We want this extended out there because people often forget sometimes those marginalized communities are the most affected and the first affected. And I always believe, you know, as stewards of the planet, we have a duty and obligation to all our fellow brothers and sisters. That's it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bob, for sharing that. We have a wonderful backdrop of all these interconnections now and how everybody has arrived here today. And I want to give some space to my sister Eco Glow here today to introduce herself as well. And then we'll go ahead and we'll bring in our next speaker.
Thank you, Angie.
Absolutely.
Give gratitude for the space that you're holding now here, and just feeling a lot right now as we just heard Bob speak. Triggering. Water is life, and I've been on a mission for many years, for about 4 years, to protect water, and I've been on a mission to really awaken the people to the multi-billion-dollar national corporations that are profiting trillions of dollars off our water, like Nestle, who profits $90 billion a year on all the products that they create and consume. So when I was, you know, everything comes back to our story of what story are we telling, you know? Right now we have an opportunity in this moment in time to create a new story of regenerating and to shift the economy into a new one and to shift our entire collective story. And so, you know, I found myself on the beaches in Mexico many years ago, just, you know, going and living in the most beautiful places in the world, on the most pristine beaches, and then you find this trash, you find the plastic, you find the oil spills, you find these little pieces of oil in California, and you see these rigs digging, and you feel it. You feel it when you see these images of these turtles with these straws and these whales with all the plastic in it and all the corruption and the illegal animal trade and all these things, and it's all for what? For profit. And it's not okay. And it's time to wake up. And it's time to support local businesses and local products, because that's how we can really protect our water, by recognizing the way that we are consuming and who we are supporting and the products that we're making.
Choosing plastic free.
Yeah.
Plastic free,
buy local
products.
Because that's how we really minimize the amount of pollution that's going around the world, you know. Imagine if we could take all the people in China working in these factories producing chemical-laden clothing for Forever 21, for what? For profit, into regenerative projects, into supporting these people. So it's like, how do we make that shift, right? And I feel like now is the call to action. Now is the time, as this water is being drained from the crystal geyser in Mount Shasta. It's time for us to unite. It's time for us to stand up and to stand as one. We are water, we are one, we are for all people, all races, all colors, all beings, all organisms, from the plants to the water to the universe. And I just want to call for support, because the world water needs our support, and we need your support. We're telling this beautiful story now of the Eco Solutions of Costa Rica, this short documentary series about all the amazing environmental projects, permaculture projects, the bulk shops, the zero waste projects, and we're calling for support too, as we support this amazing event of Earthstock on Sunday. So just gonna close it there and keep it open, and super grateful for how this connection field keeps weaving together with Tess and Elizabeth, and super grateful for Bob and Travis and all the beings that show up to tell their story and to connect and unite us as one. Thank you.
Oh,
and I want to introduce you.
Oh, yes.
Angie.
Please.
Yes, Angie is an amazing permaculture yogi goddess, and she's been holding the space for goddess temple reunions, you know, having this new realm of possibilities for empowering women to really step into their own power, into creating their own businesses, into finding ways of healing through tantric and alchemy and through yoga and through body work. So thank you for being
Self-care is earth care.
Self-care is earth care. Thank you for being such a light in my life and for the planet.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It is our purpose to inspire feminine leadership in eco-regeneration, and also to unite with our heart-based brothers that are doing everything to protect Gaia, to really be the archetype of the green man, the protector of nature. And I am so honored to introduce our next guest, who is doing just that, a protector of Pachamama. I would love to introduce Travis Fritsky, also known as Targwa. He's a social biologist and a syntropic forest gardener, a permaculture designer, and a facilitator, as well as an artist, a singer, and a songwriter. He has 15 years of experience living in tropical communities, intentional indigenous subsistence farming, and fully immersed farming and agroforestry systems. Travis has 12 years managing and designing organic farms and volunteer programs in Guatemala and Bolivia. He also has experience with the Peace Corps and the Panama Agroforestry, volunteer and assistant trainer. The University of Thesis on Sociobiology and Positive Psychology and Culture and Wellness. He's worked with immigrant families and has been a tutor and mentor for at-risk youth, and also has been a peace mediator. He has a passion for wild and weedy thrival plants and to enhance the harvest for energetic nutritional value through fermenting, sprouting, and pre-serving. I am super, super excited to bring in our next guest, Travis Fritsky. Please come onto the stage, Travis. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. You can hear me clearly?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Maybe just speak up a tiny bit.
Okay, yes.
Good.
Here in Costa Rica, enjoying the rains, the blessed waters that join us on a daily basis. One thing I work with is the Association Community Carbon Trees, which is a beautiful nonprofit reforestation project where we find the money, the funding to pay rural communities and the workers a living wage to reforest their own lands that have been converted into cattle pasture. So that's one of the organizations I work with, and more in my free time and personal endeavors is really taking the syntropic permaculture of regenerative agroforestry, bringing it more into the mainstream and adopting it here to our local bioregion, using the native plants, the naturalized plants, as well as the exotics. We're very blessed here in Costa Rica with diversity from around the world. It's really a cornucopia beyond many people's ability to imagine. So we gather lots and lots of seed, and we're regenerating pastures, mostly cattle pastures, growing food, growing building materials, and really quality of life. This is one thing I like to bring into the equation, that the time spent planting the seeds with the hands in the earth, caring for the trees is really deeply fulfilling, deeply rewarding, and brings joy to many people, a purpose of living. And so as we bring children, as we bring other people to come and work on the lands, it's done with beautiful intention, celebration, gratitude, And every day, more and more people are waking up to both the necessity, but also the benefits and the inherent joy that's part of it. So I'm very grateful to be here and to be continuing of service and to be aligned with all of you and your beautiful missions and threads within the tapestry that we're weaving. So thank you all. Look forward to meeting you when you come to visit us here. I'll have lots of fruits waiting for you.
Wow, thank you so much for that, Travis. I can't wait to hear more about what are some of the permaculture solutions that we have accessible for living a lifestyle that is restoring to our sacred waters. So we're definitely going to circle back into that conversation and learn more about the different permaculture solutions that we have available as conscious citizens of this Mother Earth. For now, I would like to learn more about, you know, what are some of the challenges that we encounter with water, and then from listening to some of these challenges, what are some of the things that are happening around the world? I know there's a lot of things happening in Mount Shasta. What are some of those things? And also there are certain challenges that are happening here in Costa Rica with water. I also know there's challenges in Florida where I actually live, and there's challenges with water all around the world. So if maybe Robert can just tell us what are some of those challenges, or maybe Tess, please let us know who would like to have a conversation. If we could keep it to about a minute each speaker of presenting the challenges, then we could go ahead and we can move into the solution. So let's see, who would like to tell us a little bit more about the challenges?
I can go. Some of the challenges we're facing is Crystal Geyser. They're a company up in Mount Shasta. They're actually owned by Coca-Cola, and they are currently draining the aquifers at Mount Shasta, 500 million bottles a day, which is devastating to the lands. I mean, Mount Shasta is very, very sacred land, and they've been caught taking water from other areas, filtering out asbestos, and then dumping that asbestos in ponds. So they're a very, very dirty company. Another issue we're facing is the Sacramento Delta, where they're basically draining 6,000 gallons a second of water at the Sacramento Delta for industrial development. And there's a lot of indigenous people that live along the Sacramento Delta that are going to be suffering from this water loss. And then there's a lot of toxification that's going on. The NID are spraying Monsanto Roundup all along the canals in Nevada City and other areas. Golf courses, parks, all these places are using Monsanto's Roundup and other really bad glyphosate chemicals, and they're spraying it onto the plants, and that's going into the water. There's a rule that you can't catch your own rainwater. Compost toilets are very difficult to have on your land. So there's all these sort of rules and legislations that are happening that are preventing us from doing things like, you know, catching our own rainwater, or, you know, compost toilets are good for the planet and not wasting water. So these are some of the things: desertification, soil depletion, geoengineering with all the chemicals that are coming from the sky. And yeah, so that's just a few of the challenges I think we're facing. I'll leave it next to Bob to carry on.
Yeah, Mount Shasta, that's an interesting thing. I got involved with what was going on to protest against Crystal Geyser about 2014. And a friend of mine and I and my buddies who were working on with the direct actions against Nestle's, we brought about 30 people up there, organized with some folks up there, and we had over 500,000 people on September 15th, 2015. And then we handed it over to the Winnemem-Wintu tribe, the local tribe there that's been impacted essentially by the building of the Mount Shasta Dam, and it's destroyed their tribal lands and their fishing and ceremonies regarding salmon. And anyway, so the people up there have been fighting for it's about 6.5 years now. And that was after McLeod, the town of McLeod, first fighting in the late 90s, early 2000s for 5 years or 5.5 years against Nestle's. So, I mean, essentially what you have is you have these global corporations coming into these rural areas and trying to take over all their resources. They cut backroom deals with board of supervisors, city council members, etc. And sometimes they'll promise to, you know, retrofit or renew or renovate some of the infrastructure. So that's the sales point that the city council and Board of Soup sell to the people. But of course, it's not an equitable trade by any means. Crystal Geyser has a plant in Weed. It extracts about 3.5 million gallons a day. They want to build one 9 miles away in Mount Shasta. They've gone after Mount Shasta. Nestle's went after McLeod. The city fathers have an issue regarding Weed and Roseburg Forestry Products Company, which is out of Oregon. And this has been going on actually for more than a century, really. And actually, I need to correct Tess on one thing. Crystal Geyser is not owned by Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola was a previous tenant of the building in Mount Shasta, the water bottling plant there, with Danone Waters out of France, which is down in yogurt, etc. Otsuka Pharmaceutical Company bought Crystal Geyser. Crystal Geyser was a California firm. Otsuka, and most of the water bottled in the Weed plant in Mount Shasta is shipped overseas to Japan. It's not just like Nestle ships it across the States, it's overseas to Japan. So essentially what you have, you know, a lot of people don't know, this is, when you pull back the curtain, this is what you're gonna find. It's really a global corporate push to control the world's water. That's just, you know, bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for shedding some light on the events that are taking place right now.
And I'm sorry to depress everybody, but you know, we need to look at these truths and we need to look at these facts and information to educate ourselves. And then we know realistically, how can we organize, form a plan, strategize, and then how do we actuate that plan? You know, because some things need to be done on local level, some regional, some statewide, and some, you know, dealing with federal, and some, of course, having to deal with the global issues. But if we can't even deal with our local regional, how are we going to basically be able to expand beyond, you know, our localities to do anything?
Thank you. Thank you so much. So what are some of the solutions that we can actually create? Elizabeth?
Yeah, I feel it's important to just speak a little bit more on the issues, because there's one issue that really has not been addressed yet. And that is transformation is an inside job. Right? I lived through the protests of the 60s. I was out there myself, you know, and yet suddenly it all falls away. It's because we didn't fully make that inside shift at a critical mass level. So there's something that has to happen here that we can reach this flashpoint of critical mass. And that all of this is all of the issues that have been discussed here, and all the rest of that we can weave into this crazy hairball of chaos that's affecting this planet. It's all interconnected. I get communications from the whales that have told me that the shipping that are shipping these bottles across the ocean are killing them. So we don't even think about that, you know, that the noise of the ships are killing our whales. They can't find food, they can't find mates, they don't know where they are, and this is critical. And so, as well as getting control of the world's water, it is an excuse to sell more plastic. the shipping of water bottles around the planet are really an excuse to sell more plastic bottles. To me, it's less about the water that's in them and more about the bottles that hold the water. And that's a whole nother story, but really we have to change our attitude, and we have to change our attitude by caring for our water, not as a resource, not as one other thing that can be raped and pillaged and controlled and exploited and manipulated, but actually as the essential source of all life on earth. And when we come to that realization and we begin to live that way, we know that no water, no Gaia. Without water, there is no Gaia. So really coming to that foundational place and beginning to be in alignment with our source water from a cellular level and in our organizational models, and putting water as our sovereign being at the center of the table. And right now there's currently something that's moving forward very quickly called a world water law. And the idea that there should be one, since there is only one water on earth, there should be one law that every governance adheres to and is held accountable for their relationship to water. But a world water law, no matter how well written, no matter how comprehensively implemented, is still an abstract if it's not anchored in the local watershed, if it's not held up by the people themselves. And so realizing that there is a water law that supersedes any human water law, and that is the water, it's the law of water itself, right? And so really bringing that divine design, that intelligence of water to every meeting. Like here, I have my water, my blessing bowl, right? And that we have in the center of every, yes, that we have in the center of every municipal county water board meeting a bowl of water in the center, and that water is invited to that conversation as an honored guest, and that we're able to listen to water's wisdom. And so that's part of I think the most important thing to realize that we have to change is that this change is coming from the inside out, and it's coming from all of us together as one human community on the planet.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Those were some really great points, because it really brings the attention where change starts with us. And, I know one of our permaculture directives is, why don't we shift from being consumers into being producers, right? So rather than being consumers of these plastic bottled waters, why don't we start to actually create systems that regenerate water, and where we can just simply refill our water bottles? I mean, something as simple as having a good water filter and having a reusable water bottle can help us to minimize our waste production and our need for purchasing these water bottles, and for funding these companies that are polluting our waters. So Travis, I would like to invite Travis to speak more about some solutions that he sees from a permaculture perspective. Would you like to share?
Sure, yes, thank you. And yes, to echo Elizabeth, yeah, it starts with remembering and embodying the sacredness of water. So for example, having an altar with water that's changed daily, living water in our homes that we're caring for. As you said, the distributed filters Any water that comes through a central city system, the water that comes through, if it's treated fluorine or anything through the pipes, it's not healthy, living, vibrant water. It doesn't nurture us in the same way. So yes, the filters need to be when the water comes out. If it's in each individual's household, a very simple charcoal sand filter, very affordable, $20, $30, every home could have one. And it makes a big difference in our health and wellness. What else for water? I mean, here we sing to the water almost daily. My wife and I, and more so my wife, she practices what's called the Camino Rojo. This is like the analogy to the Native American church here in Latin America, and celebrating, giving thanks to water daily. We tell stories to children, of course, about the sacredness of water, and the miracle of the water, the molecule, and how it's as a solid it floats. For example, it's less dense as a solid. That's just mind blowing. Right? So to engage in the dialogue, and to be the solution practically, it's planting trees, it's reforesting aquifers, it's applying the key line design of water management to slow the water, to spread it out, to allow it to settle into the land, back into the aquifer. Yeah, creating the canopy, creating the shade, making sure the soil is covered so that evaporation and the drying isn't too extreme. All these things, I encourage people to get out of the cities, although of course some of us need to be in cities, but I feel the quality of life and the village where humanity really thrives, where children develop, where mothers have the support they need to raise the children. This happens in extended families, in villages where we're living together, providing our most basic needs together: the water, the food, the medicine, construction materials. These are the steps that I see. Of course, every individual is different and has to follow their heart and their calling. But that's yeah. We'll leave it there. Let each individual decide really what's their calling, their next step, and to find mentors, to find guides, to find people who are living the example that they want to see, and make those connections and dive in, leap. Time to fly. Have faith.
And I know Tess wants to say something. You said something that I just want you to elaborate a little bit, because some people might not know what this terminology means. Can you tell us more what keyline design is?
Yes, con mucho gusto. The key line design, this was really a precursor to permaculture design. It also came out of Australia and was a big influence for Bill Mollison in permaculture design. And basically it's directing the water that falls on the land, directing it out towards the ridges, as opposed to directing it into the valleys. So it's kind of the opposite of what the colonialists have done. So they've cut down the forest and tried to drain the lands and have the water run off. It's with the intention so that the water that falls on the land has to meander and has to cover as much and spend as much time on the land as possible before it rushes into the gullies and the rivers and out to sea. And of course, that practice on a large scale will reduce flooding, and also reduce the dry season, the harshness of prolonged drought, and support climate stability.
Very importantly, it also recharges the groundwater. It recharges the aquifers to reduce the need for dams.
I'd like to
beautiful.
offer some more solutions, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
So I think something that's sort of more practical for people that they can do in their own homes is to be aware of the products that they're using. So anything that you put on your skin is going then into the water in the shower. Anything that you wash your dishes with, anything that you spray your plants with, it's all going back to the bodies of water. So you can buy natural products, that are just as effective. You can buy them from your local health food stores. That's also supporting buying from your local shops, not supporting these corporations. Like, you vote with your money with who you want to support. That is the most important vote that you make every day, is what you buy at the supermarket. You are voting with that money. So if you're going to buy products from corporations that are destroying the planet, you are basically advocating the practices and harmful destruction that they're doing to our planet. So if you buy local, if you buy things that are, naturally made, that are not only good for your skin, but good for the planet as well, that is a huge, huge step that people can make. And, waste products, be careful of your waste. When you go and buy fruit and vegetables, do you really need a plastic bag to put your fruit and vegetables in if you're going to wash it anyway, I'm always trying to minimize my waste as much as possible, trying to reuse things. I carry my own bamboo cutlery set with me, my own water bottle with me, my own ceramic coffee flask, carrying things that you can reuse, so you don't have to buy these, these disposable plastic products, because, they say by 2050, there's going to be more plastic than fish in the ocean. And it's just sad, it's really, really sad. And because of COVID, plastic has tripled, the amount of plastic use has tripled. So, where you can reuse, refill your bottles, use bulk items. I think that that's really helpful. And I think as an everyday thing that people can do, it's something that doesn't take a lot, and it will save you and the planet so much harm. So I think that that's a very good practical thing to say for solutions, and to bless your waters. If you go to a river, just put positive intentions into the rivers, into the lakes. And for anyone out there that doesn't understand about the change in the molecular structure of water, you can look up Dr. Emoto and Victor Schellberger, who have done countless research, scientific research, peer-reviewed research that's been proven that water does have consciousness, and we can change the molecular structure of water with our intentions. So, I think spending time in nature and remembering the sacredness of all nature around you and water around you, and bring us back to our indigenous roots, I think that that's really key in creating, a new sacred earth. So thank you.
Thank you. Slow and small solutions, starting with our consumer patterns. Thank you, Tess. Yes, Elizabeth.
So one thing to realize that our consciousness, that we can affect the consciousness of water with our intentions, positively, but also negatively. So really understanding that supporting the divine design of the intelligence of water, the supreme intelligence of water, by filling it and with that love, that quantum love. And it really takes so little. The example I use is, if you flush the toilet, if you pee in the toilet, if you flush every other time, you have cut in half the amount of water you use by just flushing twice instead of every time. So it really is so simple, and that change is exponential.
If it's yellow, let it mellow.
I would just love to add something.
You're on mute, Glow.
As the earth is shifting, so is the rain falling down.
We have lots of rain falling from the sky.
I just want to thank you so much, Tess, for bringing all those solutions to us. And it really hits home. I just feeling so much. It's also remembering to feel. I think that's so important. It's remembering to feel. Why are we doing this? Because Gaia, Earth, gives us everything. And how do we expand those solutions, like Tess said, buying local, package free, bringing your own cup, bottle, bag, straw, say no to plastic. It's not that difficult at get a box if you go to the grocery store. They always have boxes. Everything comes packaged up. Use a box if you forget your own bag. And how do we expand that into the next level? You know, like really, like our mission is to build a network to support all small local businesses so that it's easier for people to find solutions, because the solutions are there, but they're expensive and they're hard to find. And we really need to shift that, because right now it's too expensive for us to buy organic soap. Why? Why is the profit not make sense with what we're buying? Because these products are better for us, they're better for the planet. So how do we flip that script, you know? The fossil fuel industry spends $5 trillion a year on subsidizing the products that we consume in the stores. That's why it's cheaper to buy Tide or something that's toxic, like a laundry detergent that's toxic. So how do we flip that, you know? Like one of our missions is to create a game. We have some friends working on a video game so that we will receive points and into a new currency system for doing things that are eco-friendly for the planet, for supporting these local small businesses, for regenerating the planet, planting trees, for using less plastic, for all these things. So how do we entirely change the game that we're playing on planet Earth? You know, we have to be able to incentivize people to make better actions, and also remember who we are in this interconnected web of life, because there's nothing separate, and we are the water, we are the people, we are everything. So thank you for being here. Water's life. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And yeah, we have lots of rain going on, so I'm just going to be talking a little bit louder. We're going to get ready soon to wrap up this panel. But I do want to go into a couple more of the solutions. So we talked about the smaller scale solutions that we could do with our everyday actions. Like we're about to get our local food delivered here from the organic area, which basically sources all the local food from the area, and it comes all in plastic free packaging. So that is a local solution that we have, where we are shifting our consumer patterns to being a lot more supportive to the local economy, and also that reduces our waste. And we can also grow food. So growing our own food is one step deeper into the rabbit hole, where we reduce carbons and fossil fuels and the pollution that washes off from the roads into the water. We can also take our water from the faucets and the showers and the laundries, and if we're using natural soaps, we can funnel that water into our banana trees and into our fruit trees. This is all known as the gray water systems. And we can also have compost toilets, and we can have biodigesters. For any of you that are out there that have bought some land, and you want to apply some of these solutions to your land so you could be a earth and water steward, maybe Travis can share a little bit more about these systems with us and how you can implement these design systems on your land.
Yeah, there's endless things that can be done, you know, from gathering the rainwater. I just saw today again, so when one washes their hands after using the bathroom, that water can go into a holding tank that's the same water then that gets flushed down the toilet on its next use. I think that's a small step that everyone could do. Yeah, again, minimal cost and pretty big impact.
Wow, so what you're saying, Travis, is actually like upcycling the water from like you washing your hands, having that water redirected to your toilet so that it will flush the toilet?
Yes, very simple.
Wow, that's brilliant. Now, how would somebody go ahead and like
do this type of diversion?
There's diagrams. We can, I think, maybe add a link.
Okay.
I mean, it could also very easily be done if you have a 2-story house. All the water from the shower, even on the first, if it's on the upstairs, if you shower, you can gather that water and again use that to go into the toilets. Right? There's we're a little lost in society how, right, we poop into our clean supposed drinking water, right? So just having a little more the water systems, yeah, separate into what's the potable drinkable water and what's, you know, on its way to being dirtied and then being cleaned. Yeah, you know, composting, dry composting toilets were mentioned, and in some states it's legal and you can do that. Of course, in other places you can just do it based on your own sovereignty and appropriate management of your resources. Yeah.
Are you talking about for composting toilets?
Correct. Also known as dry toilets.
It's dry toilets. Can you tell us more about composting toilets and how they work?
And yeah, there's, again, we can find a link, but there are models that are available for purchase, but also people can do their work in 5-gallon buckets or in larger containers and with microorganisms and carbon material, convert those resources back into safe, healthy compost used for growing food. Yeah, it's quite simple.
So you're saying that our waste, our human waste, can be composted and processed with carbonaceous biomass and completely turned into a soil fertilizer that can be used for fruit trees and for flowers and for growing gardens.
Yes, it used to be known as night soil, and most civilizations did it in some way or the other, right? Because people living in cities, they poo, and so of course most of these cities in the past had gardens and were growing you know, much more of their food in the urban setting than we are today. But it's very easy. The book called Humanure, maybe the Humanure Solution. There's lots of information. If done properly, it's very safe, safer than most of the food we buy in the supermarkets.
Some people might have a little bit of a concern of how safe this is according to hygiene. But from what I've learned in permaculture is when this humanure is appropriately composted and it goes through a year-long of composting and being in the sun and going through all of the organic processes of decomposition, it's perfectly a safe and rich fertilizer. And we will definitely place more information about the Humanure book, and we'll post more information about keyline design. And I think our time is pretty much almost up. I want to just put out another call for anybody who may want to say something else. And
I just wanted to say something. Sorry.
Yes, please. Yes.
I just wanted to say another solution that people should do is composting. Compost your vegetables, your fruit, all your scraps, because the methane that comes off your fruit and vegetables into the landfill is so bad for the environment, and it's good for your plants. You know, even if you aren't growing food, if you just dig a little hole in your soil and put your compost there, like, it's just so much more helpful. And don't throw it with your landfill. I think that's a really important thing. And there's also going to be an action in Mount Shasta on the 26th of September. It's going to be a peaceful action of just walking through the town and showing Crystal Geyser that we're not happy with what they're doing. So if anyone is in the Northern California area or feels like traveling and meeting some like-minded individuals, spiritual activists, then 26th of September at Mount Shasta.
Beautiful. Composting is such a great point. And I know that there's also biodigesters. I have a friend of mine that collects all of her food scraps, and they literally go inside of like this giant tank, and that acts kind of like a decomposition type of stomach. And with these enzymes, they decompose all of this food scrap, and that methane gas is then collected, and she uses it to cook. So we could actually turn our waste into a resource. So there's so many good solutions out there that we can begin to apply. And once again, is there anybody else that wants to say anything to close? We'll have a closing round. And Elizabeth.
So one of the things that we're facing is not just how we can change our behavior to stop this consumptive behavior and this rape and pillage of our essential source water and Gaia Earth, but it's also cleaning up the mess we've made. You know, we're talking about waste. We have a lot of crap out there that needs to be cleaned up. And so that's part of the Great Planetary Water Cleanup and the Watershed Wisdom Councils is that we take charge and we speak for our world, we speak for our water, we speak for our land, we speak for those that don't have a voice, the animals, the trees, and we honor them. And you know, there was mentioned that we're coming to realize that water has consciousness, and that might be a possibility. The Western world's not taught that. And that's one of our biggest delusions of separation. And I would take it even further to suggest that in fact, we as humans have consciousness because we are water. That in fact, our consciousness is the consciousness of water, and that we are water expressing as life. So those are my closing words. And Angie's frozen, so I'll keep talking. And so part of it is fixing the broken recycling. You know, we do need to recycle. We do need to clean up our mess. We do need to gather the material that's in the ocean coming out of the rivers and figure out what to do with it and how to use it functionally by building eco bricks or, you know, whatever it is, and stop our extractive behavior and to come back into balance with the water earth. So I invite Bob and Tess and Travis to give some closing words, so we can and we have Angie back.
So yeah, any closing words from Robert and from Travis? I would love to hear some of your closing remarks.
Sure. One of the things is, you know when we identify problems, but Michael and I, in a lot of the work we do, environmental, you know, we kind of call it eco solutions. We like to come from the solution to the problems rather than the problem to the solution. And one of the things with the Water Protected Tour and the Sacramento River Watershed Project is about preserving the safety and security of our water, educating the communities so that people know, and Tess said it very eloquently, about there are things that we can do as individuals, which really gets into human consciousness. And it's as simple as making a decision about buying something that's good for the planet rather than buying something else that's not. And if you're buying that other product, you're supporting the corporations and enriching them to then make more of that stuff that harms us. And so, you know, we want to educate people in that way, because that's another toxin besides what's in the environment. That's an added toxin that could be eliminated. Another thing is that we advocate for the protection and preservation. Of course, that includes cleaning up, because we have to clean up something rather than just protect something that's not. And of the not only the Sacramento River watershed, but all our systems, because we have to learn how to respect all our systems rather than figure out how we can commercialize them. And another thing is, one of the other solutions that we deal with is about regenerating the local environment and the water table, like groundwater, through good practices like pollinator gardens, bioremediation, and also citizen science water testing, and the use of water filters. So that way, when people ask, well, what can I do? You know, we can break it down, and it's a very, very simple thing. It starts with doing one thing. You don't have to do all 50 things to save the planet. You could start with one thing. And then that one thing could become a second thing. Because key thing is, it's not my process, it's everybody's individual process. When they see that one thing they did is easy, cost-effective, simple to do, and it feels good, they'll want to do more of those things, and then share that with their friends. You know, just everybody in your personal network is let your friends know, and then ask them to do one thing. It doesn't have to be the same thing. It could be one of the other things. And then by the time we're done, we've done all those 50 things. And then we can transform our nation so that rather than everything is for sale, everything is for the good of the planet. And it's just a whole consciousness shift. And it's not that hard to do. It's harder to not do it, truthfully, than to do it. Thank you. Good.
Thank you, Bob. Yes, I think, you know, it goes both ways and always. Think globally, act locally.
Yep.
And also think locally and act globally. And I see here that we are doing it, and so we need to continue with the small local solutions and also the big global. One thing that I would love to see, and we're ready for, is a disclosure of the technologies that exist that have been privatized and hidden to help humanity heal the earth, heal the waters in a amazingly fast and glorious way. So I think calling that in, requesting that, declaring it's a state of emergency where we release these technologies. Yes, so blessed be. I look forward to more conversations and the continued network of this rebirth on this planet, and as they say in the Andes, the Pachacuti, the glory of our ancestors. We're giving new birth, and it feels very good. Thank you all.
Time is now.
I hope we are the ones.
Yep.
Hello, harmonizers and earth stalkers. With all of this powerful information about structuring our waters, healing our waters, and all of that, and knowing that we are comprised of mainly water, I want to talk to you real quick about how we can structure the waters within. And one of my all-time favorite technologies that I use on a daily basis for this is the Vibe system by Bioharmonic Technologies, which was developed by Dr. Stephen Schwartz. So in a second, I want to play a video of some of the people's reactions of what takes place when they utilize this system. And if you're interested in getting your own Vibe system, you can use the promo code ASCENDED to receive $100 off your own Vibe system. So I hope you enjoy this video.
Such an amazing experience. I literally just finished, and my entire body, the way that I'm thinking, the way I'm processing thoughts, I just feel like it broke through some kind of a barrier.
Yeah! The fact that I'm able to feel it, just not through my back, but through my entire body. It's even raising my vibration, if that makes sense.
Hi, Michelle Burke, producer of Baywatch. I have to tell you, this was outstanding. I've had a crazy day, just got over being sick with that flu, and I really talked to Dr. Schwartz about giving me a treatment that would boost my immune system. I felt it.
I
I don't think I've ever experienced anything so healing in my entire life beyond the birth of my child.
What was your experience like?
Amazing. My body's shaking. I feel rejuvenated. I feel so relaxed. My cells, my everything is vibrating at the right frequency.
I highly recommend it to anyone who wants to help people during their healing journey and their healing process, and for their own personal journey as well.
My knees, my ankles, and my elbows first always hurt, but they don't hurt right now, which is a big accomplishment.
That was the most amazing experience I've had ever in my life, actually.
Music isn't just something that we feel, and it's not just entertainment. That music is actually a medicine because we are vibration.
I came in here kind of depleted, and now my vibration is slowly but surely coming up. It feels amazing. I've never felt anything like this.
I've never been to one of those sensory flow pools, but I can't imagine it even comes close to matching that kind of experience.
Actually, would say it was the most spectacular experience ever. I don't know if you remember when I got here, I thought I'd done this before. Whatever I did before was nothing compared to this. Thank you so much.
You can feel every beat down in your bones, and it definitely helps you kind of turn the brain off.
Uber level sound bed experience. I've laid on a lot of sound beds, but this was just something else really seriously.
Really cool experience. Like my body feels like loose and relaxed, and my mind feels clear.
I was having all these visualizations. My body was vibrating at a much higher frequency. My skin was tingling. I just felt like really blissful, and like I was having an emotional release. I actually started crying a little bit.
I believe that this could change people's lives.
I feel like I was floating. It was just intense. Cool. I'm in.
Yeah, what an amazing product. I just hope it's available for people. It seems like it would be a really